looking all over for you. I was getting worried.
Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the OpenAI 5 benchmark for Dota 2. As you can see behind me, I've got a lovely crowd of Dota 2 fans who are very excited to see this show match. So, ever since the International 2017, OpenAI revealed their 1v1 Shadow Fiend AI that took on most of the pros and defeated them pretty roundly, including the face of Dota 2, Dendi, on stage. So today, we're going to be having a show match of 5 versus 5. Most of the community, they were excited about the wins at TI, and they thought, well, this looks fantastic, but can it actually play a full 5-on-5 match of Dota 2? Well, we're going to find out today. So, we want to be able to get into this show match as quick as possible. So first, I'm going to interview one of the OpenAI employees. This is Christy. You've probably seen her from many of the videos coming out from OpenAI. So, Christy, what is exactly that you do for OpenAI?
I'm an ML engineer, so I've been working with the model, adding features, basically getting it to the point it is now.
Okay, so since we saw it at the International, we saw it in the 1v1s. What exactly have we been seeing from OpenAI and the AI itself since then?
So in the last year, we've been working very hard to get to this point. You know, doing OpenAI 5 is not as simple as just adding 4 more bots. It's a lot more complex than that. I mean, if you remember the 1v1 rules, there's no runes, there's a lot of stuff. We've got to add runes and neutrals, other buildings, a ton of items, and now 18 heroes. It's been a lot. So we are super excited about not only about the game today, I just want to see what else we need to do to be ready to play professionals at TI. And also we want to have the audience match here so we can just double check everything before we start the benchmark.
So it sounds like that you guys have added a lot to the OpenAI 5 compared to when we saw it just last year. So what does that timeline look like for? Like, what exactly have you guys been looking to expand upon for this AI first?
Yeah, so back in May, we had our in-house team, and they defeated the OpenAI 5 every time. But then by June, the OpenAI 5 were defeating them. And last month, we had a stronger test team also be beaten by OpenAI 5. So it's a crazy learning curve. I mean, compared to humans, right? It's absolutely crazy.
It sounds like if we were to look to Dota 2 terms when it comes to growing in skill, it sounds like this OpenAI bot is just increasing exponentially when it comes to MMR. It seems fantastic. So why exactly are we here today for this show match?
Well, so we don't actually know how good we really are, right? We can play it in this, but this really the event today is about helping us figure that out. You know, over the last month, OpenAI 5 has been changing so rapidly, and we want to see how much it's improved. And so we want to use today to see what else we need to do to be prepared for TI. And we're super excited to see what everyone thinks, and we're excited to see the audience match, and especially the benchmark itself.
So I actually had another question, a personal question. Why exactly did you try Dota 2 as opposed to other esports or genres?
Sure. So, you know, you're probably familiar with other games that AI has taken on. Like, for decades, we've been working on chess and Go, and those have been like these monumental things that have happened. And the next step is getting closer to the real world, because that's where it can really help us. And Dota is closer to the real world, so that's why we picked Dota.
Fantastic. Well, I know a lot of people are excited about seeing this match, so we are going to give you a bit of an appetizer for this upcoming show match between the pros and the OpenAI 5. First, we're going to see the OpenAI 5 take on some of our lovely audience members here. So, just a small heads up, though. Before we actually started the show, I was actually backstage. I saw the first match. I walked in, and I heard players cheering. And I was like, wow, they must be doing pretty well for themselves. I was like, so what's going on, guys? What's happening? Apparently, the humans were down a full lane of Rex, and they had just picked up their very first kill. So hopefully, our new audience members are going to be faring a bit better. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of my good friends and colleagues, ODPixel and Purge.
Yes, thank you very much, Capitalist. I'm ODPixel, and I'm here with Purge, and we have got a very exciting day ahead of us, that's for sure. Of course, as said, our first game, we are going to be heading into some of you beautiful people from the audience getting to try your luck against the OpenAI. Kevin, we are going to have a lot of stuff to talk about today, a lot of things that we're going to experience, a lot of things that we're going to learn from the OpenAI. What are you looking forward to see?
Just all the unexpected things that we could see. What kinds of play styles are they going to do? How coordinated are they going to be? I mean, that's the coolest thing to think of, right? I mean, if we're talking about a a simulated intelligence. Essentially, we're talking about computers working together in a team environment. Dota is a 5v5 game, and normally it's every man for himself, especially when you play pubs or high-ranked solo games. Now there's a lot of complaints about that lately. But we get to see them work together as a team to see what the best strategies are for them, what has ended up producing good results for them.
And what do you think this can sort of mean as sort of a greater thing for other, all the Dota players out there watching this at home or watching this, of course, here on site? Surely they can expect to get to see a very different sort of look into the game.
Exactly.
An approach that humans on their own would never take.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest things about Dota sometimes. You just need somebody to push you in a different direction to say, like, hey, maybe this is a good idea, or maybe consider this different thing. And I think in circumstances like this, where it's something completely bizarrely different sometimes, that can really open your brain a little bit and help you see the game from a different direction, or realize that something else is valuable, or maybe we're playing wrong all along. And we saw a lot of that in the 1v1 last year at TI, that there was, all this regen fairing is a good idea because you always need to be full, and people would think about fairy fires more, and they think about buying mangoes just to eat them, not just to hold them for HP regen. It was like some little things here and there were viewed a little differently. So it's exciting to see where some of those changes might be in a 5v5 environment, which is a lot closer to actual Dota 2. Now, we're not quite there. There are some restrictions, obviously, like the no bottles, no Divine Rapiers, Helm of the Dominator, Mantis Sound Necro. There's only 18 heroes, so it's much easier to digest things as a whole. But there's still lots of interesting things that can happen once you're actually in the game. So that's what we get to see.
I mean, that is the thing, and I think something that we've heard OpenAI sort of talk about, the sort of fascination of Dota, the reason being that there's just so many variables. There's so many things. Yeah, as sort of said, with the sort of role and the number of heroes, for instance, it's not possible that every sort of combination of heroes has ever been played. And that's just only one aspect of it. As you said, we're going to be dealing with 18, but that's the potential for. I'm not hot on the maths, but that's a lot of different combinations of lineups that. Sure, the OpenAI is likely to potentially experience with the amount of years that they can sort of play in a number of days in terms of the game, but there's going to be so much happening here that even the OpenAI in their wildest computations, they won't have experienced until these games.
Yes, and that's why there are still some restrictions, because they haven't had time to fully integrate everything, like all of those items, because it does add more complexities to the game. But for now, we're getting a pretty close picture. It's not exactly the same. I think probably the biggest change is the fact that every single player has their own courier, and that those couriers are invulnerable. Yeah. So they're not going to use them to like tank towers or anything like that, but that means that every person, if they want to bring themselves items, they can. They'll start walking like normal, and they'll be flying at 3 minutes. So we do expect everybody to be getting what they want when they want it.
And in terms of our first game, as we say, we are going to be having 5 audience members getting to try their luck against the OpenAI. What would your advice be for them, Kev? You're playing against this OpenAI system that is going to potentially do stuff that you've never seen before. What is your advice to these beautiful 5 audience members that are going to go up against
Well,
it?
I think the most important thing is that it's still Dota, but so there's going to be some weird stuff happening probably. And what's really important when an enemy team does something you don't expect is that you react correctly immediately, usually. Like, and as you become more familiar with the game, you better know how to react. Oh, they're doing the X thing, well, I'm supposed to do Y thing, and then you do it instantly. But if you have these hesitation periods where you sit around for 15 seconds, say like, what do I do? Where do I go? If those add up a lot over the course of the game. So it's very important that you react in a smart way to what they're doing, and then ideally, when you do actually force engagements, that you don't make mistakes and let heroes die for free. So if you do choose to fight the opponents, you got to make sure that you're coordinated. Don't let these deaths happen trickling throughout the game, because that's all going to add up and be a substantial level advantage, very similar to the regular Dota game. So you have to be very coordinated to try to match their teamwork, and you have to make sure that you react appropriately to the things that they're doing that might be unexpected. And that's really hard to do, especially for your average Joe.
Well, we should be able to get the game underway. I believe we are still waiting for the go-ahead from the team to get ourselves into this first match between OpenAI and, of course, our 5 human representatives that will be playing from the audience. As you can see at the moment, just getting themselves all set up and ready to play. I mean, those 18 heroes, Kevin, if it was you up there, who would you sort of be picking up first for the draft? Who are the heroes that sort of scream at you? Of course,
it's hard. It's hard to say.
These heroes, as I don't believe we have mentioned yet, are 7.16 in terms of the patch that this is going to be played on, so they are going to be slightly different to maybe the current iterations, but only slightly. We've not had 2 major changes.
Yeah, I think this patch came from about May of this year.
So
it's only been about 2 months.
Yeah.
And for the majority of heroes, I looked in on the changelogs on the hero-specific buffs and nerfs. there's not too many huge differences. I mean, maybe Crystal Maiden is an important one to point out. Sure, her Crystal Nova, her first skill is really strong right now in the regular patch, and right now for her, it does 100. In real life right now, it does 130 damage for 130 mana, and in this patch, it's 100 damage for 100 mana. So it's significantly less, but the mana cost is 1 for 1. So
equally efficient.
and most heroes, no changes. Like the very small stuff, it'll be like a talent tree is slightly better, something like that.
So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, both teams getting to pick straight up. We have, of course, Dota Arena being the humans on stage, and at the top, OpenAI. They've made their selections, and we are getting ready to go straight into this first match, as we are going to see how well the audience fares against OpenAI. Kevin, we've seen the picks. Anything that sort of screams out to you as a big no-no or a big yes?
I mean, I think probably the biggest thing is that Necro 2 patches ago was actually really bad. So I think right off the bat, that's probably one of the heroes that's gotten the most across-the-board buffs at level 1. He has better attack animation. His Death Pulse is better. He's got more scaling regen on Death Pulse. I think this is maybe a weak pick here in this patch. It's probably somebody I'd avoid. But he's committed. You can't go back now.
Let's see what we have in terms of the way that they are going to approach the lanes. At the moment, OpenAI having the DP go solo bottom. The other 4 of them at the moment sort of hovering around this top lane. We'll see how much how much focus they put on the runes, for instance, at the spawn point.
Yeah, it's a normal Lesser Action / style is cross the river, steal their bounty runes, and fight them. Something he doesn't do is buy small efficient items like Stout Shield, and we actually have a couple of these already. They're actually going to engage here online. Like Earthshaker is carrying a Stout Shield, super abnormal, and even Tidehunter, a hero that skills Kraken Shell, his Stout Shield's instantly more or less worthless. He's also got a Stout Shield, so this makes me assume that they're going to want to go tank creeps.
Yeah, we'll see in terms of sort of how that affects his skill build as well. The fact that he's got that may be able to allow him to go a bit more offensive with the Anchor Smash and the Gush. But top lane, OpenAI trying to kick things off. They get a beautiful paralyzing cast between the 2 of them. And it goes well with the Rocket Barrage, but not quite enough damage to bring down Slark and Lion. They'll be able to keep their distance, but OpenAI already stepping up the aggression here.
And the couriers are off moving. They're bringing regen. So this is something that you could also see from their starting item builds. Not a lot of regen on the OpenAI team. And if you look at the Dota strategy right now that's absolutely prevalent, it's that if you get a deny on an enemy creep, you're getting as much experience from that creep as they are. So if you can get every last hit and deny from the creep wave, you're getting massively more experience than your opponents. So it's really important that they zone enemy heroes like this with good trades so that they can control the experience and the golden lane. And that's what OpenAI is doing here. They're bullying this line and Slark in a huge way.
Oh, look at that Fissure as well. With that wraparound, they've set up for the first blood. OpenAI off to a hot start with this aggressive,
they got a
aggressive
Sentry
top
Ward
lane.
It's tanking the tower. We heard that this might happen, and it's already beginning. So the Sentry Wards take 8 right clicks from a tower here, which buys them time. I'm surprised they placed it so early, though. That seemed a little bit bizarre. In fact, they could have used a Tango maybe to heal off of that. Maybe something to abuse there, but that was pretty weird.
How do you reckon these other lanes are sort of going to match up? OpenAI sending the Tidehunter 1v1 mid against the Viper. So far in CS, as you can see, 3 for 1 against the 2 for 2. It's close, early days between the 2 of them.
Definitely not a normal lane, that's for sure. They're going to find the Earthshaker here, but he's going to actually teleport out after the stun came out. He knows that much at least.
And does teleport all the way back to base.
And
Make
the other
sure
lane,
regen.
other lane is a Death Prophet versus a Necrophos. So because Necro is actually really weak in this patch, I think this is going to be a tough lane. Death Prophet, this is like the peak of Death Prophet's strength. She actually got a couple nerfs immediately after this patch. And she was actually ran as a safe lane hero in this patch as well. So this is pretty much ideal from OpenAI. Using a smoke on the top lane though.
See if they can make something happen.
It's instantly broken as they run at their opponents. So we saw a little bit of the previous game that was played. We saw a lot of bizarre smoke usage actually, just like this. It's like I need to walk somewhere a quarter of a second faster and they pop it.
They're going to try with the cast. He's going to bounce over to the rest of them, so Lions should be fine. Able to keep his distance away from the OpenAI. Mid lane. Actually have the tide getting relatively low, but he's prepared, does have that salve ready, pops it immediately, so he's ready to return back to the lane.
Yeah, they don't waste seconds here. They know what the limits of the enemy heroes are, and they're going to back at the right time and pop a salve to get right back into it. Oh, it starts.
And look at this, Kev, not the best dewarding here.
That's very interesting. I'm not sure what those are for. There's a lot of wards in this top lane, though. They're actually placing wards all over the place.
I'm going to see maybe the Shaker in trouble there, in fact. Just get the Fissure out, which will stop the line from closing the gap to get this stun off.
How come this Crystal Maiden doesn't have his aura? Come on. Come on.
Not approving of the human skill builds.
The 1-1-0 is not the skill build. You need Arcane Aura so you can pump mana to your teammates. It's really important, actually. Allows them to cast more spells, to harass better, to win their lanes, essentially. And if you don't get that until later, it's going to really delay your team's ability to win this.
All things said and done, the first 3 minutes not going too bad for the humans here in this. It's less than a 1k lead.
I mean,
OpenAI with just the 1 kill, but it may be more here as the Earthshaker getting aggressive up top.
I mean, you saw that trash talk. It was 80% already.
Here
That's
we
not
go.
good.
They're diving. They will get one here with the Rocket Barrage. Can they get more? They're a little low, OpenAI. Slark, CM trying to turn. He has got the Frostbite back up. And will turn towards the Gyro and take it, as they'll get another. Slark keeping his distance. And he's going to be fine. So OpenAI will not get that second kill, and they will have to retreat. Shaker TP's out, and we see a kill got in return.
Oh, another smoke. There goes another 160 gold for Witch Doctor here. He's playing position 5 literally, but not quite executing perfectly. See, I'm in trouble though.
And they run in. They've got the setup with the cask into the Rocket Barrage. Another kill for OpenAI.
It's one of the hardest things laning against Gyrocopter is that he just does so much with his skill points early. And that seems to be what OpenAI is abusing. They just want these laning heroes that deal a huge amount of damage right at the start of the game. And we have Tide rotating even. He's sitting ready to die, but all he's got is Anchor Smash and Kraken.
See down bottom as well. We might see a
the dive
bit
top.
of a solo kill. Same time action going on. We're going to have to watch both here as the setup is there. He does get a Hex. Same time down bottom they get the kill. DP finds it. Back up top. Still on the hunt here. Slark very low as OpenAI trying to find him with the Gyrocopter. But now he realizes he's actually on his own here.
Missing top.
As they will they continue? They will find him. And he's going to put the Mango, try with the Rocket Barrage, but of course with that passive, there's the magic resistance there for the Viper. As this OpenAI Gyro may have stepped a little too far up on the top. As another kill. As they're doing a good job here of maintaining and punishing the aggression of OpenAI up top.
They are, but if you look across the map, there's still a Death Prophet getting free farm and free experience. She just picks up level 6 now, so this means that she's going to be able to use Exorcism.
She's not missing a creep, is she here? 20 last hits and 19 denies on this bottom lane.
This is low for a good player. 20 at 5 minutes is pretty bad. Usually you want to be around like 30 at this point, 25 minimum.
But the denies, I mean, so the experience different, right? He's going to be punishing it. We're seeing it here. The Necrophos, who already suffered against the OpenAI down bottom, comes to mid. He's under-leveled, gets punished. Now the Viper, also in trouble. He's trying to bring down the Witch Doctor with him, but he won't be successful. As OpenAI pick up another, and with the Ghosts out, can put some pressure onto this Tier 1 tower mid.
Now, if we take a look at the win probability right now, this may look like your standard win probability, but this is actually tied into exactly what the bots believe right now. It's not just based on a typical Dota Plus win probability.
Quick turn around here with a missile and Rocket Barrage. Lion's got the Hex. There's no mana left on the Gyro, but he can look to give the long run down as he has boots, and the Lion does not, so OpenAI. Oh, the stun! Is it enough to save him, though? This Gyro is going to continue to chase, and he will actually give up, so Lion will be able to live another day.
Good for him. I mean, he's going to have to walk all the way back to heal and all, but at least it does spend some of the Gyro's time. But in the meantime, the rest of the team is actually just pushing mid, and they've been here this whole time. They're already working on the Tier 2. This is one of the really good benefits about Tide in this case, that he can actually just tank creeps and kill them with Anchor Smash. Another ward under the tower. Just getting prepping, you know, that's all. Death Prophet's going to come back, though. So it looks like they do want to defend their towers. That seems to be a really big priority for them.
So if they can find any sort of setup. Death Prophet actually taking a lot of damage, but the Viper taking that little bit more. He's going to try and retreat the tower. The Verified doesn't save him. Tries to keep himself alive, but OpenAI, they are in, as you say, and they do defend that Tier 1. Stop it from taking much damage at all, and in fact, still mid lane, the tower will go down.
Good deny.
They do get the deny, but it's 6 minutes in, OpenAI already taking a Tier 2 mid.
I actually think denies are extremely important playing against OpenAI here, because it shows that they do clearly care about pushing towers. So if you can deny that, it's going to delay a lot of the gold advantage that they get from that push.
See if they can get the kill here. He's going to go for the TP. Knows that all the stuns have been used there. OpenAI realizing it's safe to escape. No way for him to be disabled.
Necro only level 4 here. He's just going to be able to pick up boots himself now. This is one of these moments, actually, where you need to split up your heroes. Both Necro and Slark hitting this creep wave is not very useful unless you are planning to push this into the long term. It'd be better for them to split up. One goes to the bot lane, for example, get creeps separately there. Viper on the bot lane going to get a solo kill, I think. This is going to be close. I think he's got it.
He's going to look to dive. And he'll find it. So the Viper not doing too bad at all. 3 kills, 2 deaths. They've got a positive carry at the moment.
He's actually roaming. He stayed in his lane for a couple of levels, and then he's moving around to help the other lanes, and it seems to be working out pretty well. He's going to bring himself more salves, imitating the bots pretty successfully so far.
We'll see OpenAI go back to the push. They'll bring 4 heroes top. They will take themselves another tier 1 tower, 8 minutes in. As we can see already, of course, tier 1 and tier 2 mid taken, tier 1 top taken, and themselves still all 3 tier 1 towers relatively healthy.
On the bright side, though, they are being relatively efficient right now. Looks like there was a stack off in the jungle here by Line. Slark's going to try to clean that up to get some levels, but in the meantime, OpenAI is just getting a lot on the map. Earthshaker's getting full last hits and levels in the mid lane. The 4 on top are just power hitting towers, and they've got Exorcism if a team fight starts. And I don't think they're necessarily getting as much on the human side. They are setting up to defend, but they don't really have a lot of levels. If they can kill the Earthshaker here, this would be perfect.
It's a hard fight to take with the Voodoo Restoration. OpenAI healing themselves up. There's the opening as they look to close in onto the Shaker, but he already got the Fissure out. The car's bouncing as well between the 2 of them as OpenAI will find the Viper. Will they be able to find the Slark as you see the Shaker trying to chase? Jukes are going to be attempted. It looks like Slark will survive, but back towards the tower. The Necrophos came in. He got punished as the Ghosts are out. OpenAI taking another tier 2, taking another kill, and now at 9 minutes in, they're already into the base of the humans and starting to pressure tier 3s.
Yeah, this is pretty much what it sounds like has been happening so far today in all of these warm-up matches against viewers, is that the OpenAI bots are just grouping up and pushing very early. And if the enemy team can't slow that down, it's going to provide this bad situation. They've got to engage now, though. Tide 6.
They've got the setup with the stun, but already so much damage coming out for the Gyro with the flat cannon, just bringing them so low that they have to back away from the OpenAI.
Tide hasn't even had to cast Ravage yet. He's holding this. He knows he doesn't need to use it. If he does use it, his opponents can take the next fight, and that's going to go better, but he hasn't felt the need just yet.
Oh, see him trying to come in from the side, but quick siphon and a blast, and a Fissure will finish him off. As OpenAI finish off the range racks, turn towards the melee racks.
And this is actually consistent with what we saw from the previous game that was off broadcast. They target the range barracks first, whereas in the pro scene, it's always melee barracks, if you have the time for it, obviously. But they're in a big advantage, and they're still going range first.
And with these heals, they're just keeping themselves at full HP. Necrophos tries to come forward. He's got the Ghost Shroud, but it won't save him against the magical damage. As Necrophos will fall, OpenAI will clean up. Or maybe they're going to look toward prioritizing kills, and they'll go in with the 3-man Ravage. Very nicely done, just on the edge. As he catches all 3, the Tide Hunter turns towards the Necrophos. Buybacks are coming out, but it's too late. As Necrophos will fall, OpenAI now 9k advantage, 10 minutes in, cleaning up a set of racks.
They're just pushing so efficiently at this point. Like, they have more levels than their opponents, and they're forcing their opponents into fights that they're not ready to take. Like, their Lion's not 6 yet. Their Slark has barely picked up 6, but Slark is not ready to fight yet. I think Slark has got to be one of the worst heroes in this as well, just because he takes a lot of time to ramp up. And in typical Dota meta, he'll go for something like a Treads, which he has now. Then he'll buy an Aquila, a 1,000 gold item, and then he'll buy a Shadowblade, that's like a 2,800 gold item. And before that, outside of laning, he's not doing that much. And once he gets that item, then he starts playing Dota. But that's typically like 15 minutes in, and he's needed to be active from like the start of the laning stage on, and he hasn't been able to do that. So I feel like Slark is actually really weak here.
Come in handy.
Going to see OpenAI ready to go for more pressure as the Ghosts are back online for the Death Prophet. Ready to have those. They don't, of course, have Ravage still for a full minute, but they're feeling very, very, very strong. Up to the high ground they go. The Ghosts immediately out as they push on to another tier 3 tower. The cars coming out, going to bounce perfectly between the 2 of them with a Fissure as well. 2 more kills for OpenAI.
And they can't even damage their opponents at this point. Witch Doctor is just power healing them here. They've got multiple arcane boots. They don't have a big team fight ulti. They can't get these guys low to even use their spells. I think this game is over.
They're trying to chase down the Necrophos. They'll find him again. Shadow Dance will come out from the Slark. Will keep him alive a little bit, but the rest of his team will suffer. Fissure onto the CM. The Shadow Dance wears off, and Slark will fall as well. OpenAI just not losing anyone's lives at this stage of the game, as you say, with the amount of sustainability they have. That they're now allowed to, at 12 minutes in, take a second set of racks.
I mean, they're damaging them a little bit, but they're all healed up again. They've got an Urn of Shadows. They've got so many arcane boots here. This is about all they can do. 2 racks down, and on the bright side, they've still got a tier 1 tower in the bot lane, so they can delay this for a bit, get a little bit of space.
That's true, they got, yeah.
But pretty soon here, it'll be the same thing. They're just walking past towers, actually. They don't care. This is the fastest way to end the game. Straight to the tier 1.
And they go Tide. They will go with Jara to pick up the creeps.
Not Death Prophet. Death Prophet's going to handle his tower.
Oh yeah, she's in. She's tanking.
Yep.
She knows that the heals are going to be there for it to easily offset the damage that she's going to be taking. She's got the salve.
Elvis ready.
Let's see, maybe the last stand here for our audience members as they are 10K behind. This is, I mean, we've got to sort of iterate as well. In a lot of sort of competitive games, we do sometimes sort of see fast-paced, very one-sided, but taking Rex in 10 minutes, that very rarely happens. Even when there is such a huge difference in skill, this is incredibly fast.
Yeah, these heroes are not typical pushing heroes. It's more like they have nukes and heals, and Tidehunter sits in the front and fights, but they also have these teamfight skills. Now, if all of the heroes were in this simulation, instead of just 18, maybe we would see that real pushing heroes would be far superior. There's not that many pushing heroes, but in this simulation, this seems to be the best ones they have. At least against the enemies they're up against. So this is their final stand here. They've got to take a fight.
They've got to do something.
They got to kill somebody.
OpenAI ready, and there's the Slark coming in for the side. Bam, the Ravage is out. They'll turn towards the CM. She's gone with the Shadowed Hearts. Slark again survives for a little bit, but he still falls. It's 4 heroes dead. OpenAI looking to clean up the 5th, and they'll find it. It's OpenAI get the team wipe, and they'll move on, and they'll take the game 13 minutes in. OpenAI defeating our audience here.
They made it look pretty easy. I mean, the laning stage looked about even, but it's amazing how fast that advantage creeps up on you, where it looked like it was a little close, and then it ends up just getting completely one-sided once they take the tower advantages and once they start pressuring Rex. Just incredible first match. And
in terms of looking at that game, obviously the audience, they didn't really know what they were going to come into and go against. If you're watching this, how would you say you adapt your play against this lineup of OpenAI? For starters, what you change the heroes.
So if you're playing against this like 4-man hit buildings kind of style, the most important thing is that you either are able to kill those 4 heroes, which is hard because they pick a lot of team fight, or you push the other lanes faster or more efficiently. So you need heroes that can push lanes that are very effective from level 1 to level 6. Because, I mean, I don't even think a hero hit level 10 this game. Like, late game doesn't even matter. It's all about your laning stage, your mid game, your ability to push creeps, and get resources if they are 4 heroes in a different lane. That's super important.
Well, there we have it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are now going to head back over to Capitalist for some more words on OpenAI and the game we've just had at hand.
Thank you, Owen. That's right. That wasn't much better than the match that I saw behind stage. It looks like OpenAI 5 is still just as dominant as the very first match. After seeing that, I'm just curious about the audience members here. What do you think the chances are that the pros can take it? Anybody with the pros? Yeah, that's not a resounding applause. How about the OpenAI 5? It seems like the pros may have their work cut out from them. Next up, though, I do have a very special man who's going to be joining us on stage. I got an opportunity to talk to him this morning. I saw him actually talking with his team earlier, and the man just seems to exude just energy and joy when it comes to talking about OpenAI. He is the co-founder as well as the CTO of OpenAI. Greg.
Awesome. All right, perfect. All right. Man, I'm so excited to be here with everyone, to share this moment with everyone. You know, when we started this project in 2017, it really felt impossible. But we had a little hope that maybe it wasn't too impossible, and so we tried anyway. And, you know, today we're going to see just how far we've gotten. You know, first I want to say thank you to Diane, Brooke, and Larissa from OpenAI. They're the main people who have put this event together. So please give them a round of applause. All right, so we're all here to watch humans and AI play Dota. But the implications of what we're working on is really something that can affect the world. OpenAI's mission is to ensure that when we can build machines that are as smart as humans, that it benefits humanity. And you know, this is something that requires both building systems that push the state of the art and something that requires making sure those systems are actually aligned with human values. Now, we work on Dota because it is such a complicated game. It's a great training ground for AI. You know, you have imperfect information, you have teamwork, you have this exponential combination of different heroes, items, and abilities, and you have to be able to deal with all of that. Now, this game is so complicated that we can't just program in a solution, right? Instead, we have to learn how to play the game. So OpenAI 5 has learned to play by playing 180 years worth of games against itself every single day. So the one sad part is it means that we can't really learn from the players that you're seeing today unless they're willing to play us for the next couple decades. which maybe they'd be willing to. OpenAI 5 is powered by 5 artificial neural networks, which you can think of as a kind of artificial intuition. Each of those neural networks is about the size of the brain of an ant, which is pretty far from the thing that we all have in our heads. Now, after we played the top players at 1v1 last year, I think everyone kind of looked at that and said, okay, 5v5, that's still so far out of reach. 1v1, you have all this mechanics and positioning, but where's the strategy? Where's that going to come from? But it turns out that the AI system we built is able to solve problems that it wasn't even designed for. For example, we recently used the same technology to learn to control a robotic hand, which is something that people have also been unable to program. Now, if you look at the computational resources that went into this project, they're actually something that would have been completely impractical 2 years ago. But the thing is, the amount of computational availability, the computational resource availability in this field has been increasing exponentially, increasing with a doubling period of 3.5 months for 6 years now. And so what this means is that as we look to the future, that we can expect systems like this to start to become commonplace. So please feel free to root for OpenAI or to root for our brave team, because either way, humanity is going to win. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Greg. That was an excellent speech on OpenAI. Now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty. For this show match, of course, we actually have some rules. So I have my good friend Enrique here. Enrique, can you tell us a little bit about the rules for this show match?
Yeah, so one of the big changes from the qualifier that we did is that back then we only had 5 heroes, right? And they were all range heroes that didn't have a lot of diversity in the games. So now we're going to have 18 heroes. Yeah, so there are some very interesting additions there. Like Earthshaker is a very interesting one. Ricky for invisibility. They should get some very interesting games.
So why is it that you guys changed from the original 5 that you had and went to certain heroes like Ricky or the Earthshaker? What is it about those heroes that made it interesting to be able to expand to?
Yeah, I mean, our goal is to get as many heroes as we can, right? We had to start with some initial set. We chose our 5. And yeah, I mean, invisibility should make the games very interesting. And Earthshaker changes the walkability of the path, right? So heroes can get stuck. That should be very interesting as well. Yeah, we'll see what they can do with the humans.
All right, and what are some of the other rules? I believe there are certain rules about illusions, right?
Yeah, so no illusion runes will spawn. So no side can use them. And yeah.
And we're also not allowed to use like Manta or Necronomicon. It seems like there's a theme here when it comes to the micro game. We're not allowed to do that. Why is that?
Yeah, so I mean, there were definitely like multiple like technical limitations that we slowly started solving one by one, and like so we just the illusions was just something that we pushed off, and also like we didn't want to have the game be some sort of like micro meta where like the bots can do much better just because they can have better reaction times controlling multiple units. So we decided to focus on other things.
So you wanted OpenAI 5 basically be able to win the game without use of just purely through the mechanical skill, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, like you don't want to play a game against a bot that can control multiple units much faster than you can, right? Like we want the game to be about the strategy, about the choices the OpenAI 5 makes, and like who gets the better strategy.
Okay, so one of the things that I know the Dota community has pointed out is that the probably one of the biggest differences besides the hero list is also the number of couriers. There's actually 5 invulnerable couriers for each team, so everybody basically has their own courier. What is that about?
Yeah, well, so we did 1v1 last year, right? And like the easy extension to get 5v5 is just everybody gets their own career. Let's start from there, right? Again, we had multiple technical challenges to overcome, and we just prioritized, and we left this one to the end. It is definitely something that we got feedback. We can see it as well. It does change a little bit how the game behaves, like how the game is played, and it is on our top list to fix it. But yeah. It should still make for a good game.
So over time, we're going to get more and more to the more pure Dota 2 that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're going to get everything in.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it, and I know you are too. The show match is just about to take underway, but first, we're going to have a short break. We'll be back.
It's running in our blood. The answers are lying here within. We'll be right back.
Let's rock, let's rock. Let's rock.
summertime through blue and white, where I can fly. Take me by surprise. Take me to the stars, to galaxies so far from Set my spirit free. Music is what I
Welcome back, everybody, to the OpenAI show match. We are ready to begin. As you can see, our crowd is very hyped about this. So we have put together an all-star lineup for Team Human. After all, we're going to need some of the best to take on the OpenAI. As we've seen from our audience trying to take them on, we need a bit better. So, introducing Team Human. First up, he's been an analyst for a little while now, a couple years now, but before that, he was known as one of the core members in an intriguing and infamous team known as Navi US. It is the one and only Fogged. Our second addition to Team Human is a player that goes way, way back. In fact, he, at his prime, was so respected and feared by the Chinese community that he earned the nickname M-God. That is one and only Merlini. Next up is a very prestigious member of Team Human. It is actually a Valve Major winner and a man who quoted said he would never ever lose to a bot. It is Moon Meander. Next up, our captain of Team Human is my very good friend, commentating partner, as well as Nexon League champion. Very prestigious title. That is Blitz. Now, last, but certainly not least, is a man who I would say is probably the most charismatic, most handsome, and maybe even the smartest of all of Team Human. It is myself, ladies and gentlemen. Team Human, all the way. So, we have our five humans. And so now we need an opponent. We need the OpenAI 5. That's it. And we're ready to start the show match. Everybody, give it up to the absolutely wonderful OD Pixel and Purge, who are going to be doing our commentary for the show match.
Thank you very much, Capitalist, and indeed we are getting ready for the first of 3 games of excitement between these two teams, OpenAI and, of course, the humans. We already got a little bit of a taster of what OpenAI is capable of about an hour or so ago. these guys, they would have got to see that game. They're coming into this, Kevin. Do you have high hopes for our human friends here?
I think so. I think the biggest pitfalls that they need to be careful about is the draft. If they've been paying attention to how the enemies play and they grab the right heroes, I think that'll give them the tools that they need to be able to do their play style against their opponents. I think that's really important. From there, I think their personal skill is extremely high. I think it's definitely higher than the average player here that we've seen. And I think that'll be enough for them to be able to at least go even or at least delay your racks by maybe an extra 5 to 10 minutes.
That certainly is going to be I feel like the big achievement. If these games are going to be hard, it's going to be how long you can sort of withstand against the OpenAI. Because the first game was very, very quick. 10 minutes in, and teams already losing racks.
Do you want to set a goal for them, or you want to leave that up to them?
What, in terms of how long they're going to be able to...
Yeah. I mean, they're heading for the W, right? That's what they want, but... I guess that's step number 1.
Well, it looks like we do actually have the draft beginning, so I don't know if we'll be able to show that on your screens here, but I believe as a bit of an update, I don't know if people are aware of this, we actually now have it. Well, OpenAI now has it, so it is capable of pulling a draft together. Obviously slightly altered in terms of bans, as you can see. The bans are relevant. They aren't heroes that are part of the pool, but the OpenAI will pick heroes in response 1 by 1 or 2 by 2 in terms of the order. Regarding what the humans are picking.
Yeah, so opening things off, the humans are opening with an Earthshaker, feeling like that's the hero to go for. OpenAI has been picking that a lot today in terms of all the drafts that I've seen, so I could definitely see them thinking, okay, the bots value it, we already valued it as well, let's open it as our opener. But Lich and Gyrocopter, Lich is a new hero. I don't think I've seen him in any of the matches yet today, but Gyro has also been a staple, so it's a bit curious to me, but apparently Earthshaker triggers something in OpenAI 5 to want to go for a Lich.
The Necrophos will be taken here nice and early by the humans, the second pick in. As how do we sort of like the response? This hero, as we've seen, it has its changes over the patch. Obviously, in the current meta, it is a hero that's certainly been looked towards. But back 7.16, again, as a bit of a reminder, of course, this game will be played on 7.16. Necrophos still in a decent place. You like the sort of humans favoring the Necrophos early?
He's definitely a little weaker. There's been a couple buffs immediately after this patch. He got some of them in 7.16 exactly, which is this current patch that we're playing on, but not the biggest fan here. I felt like he was maybe one of the weaker ones, and maybe we're kind of seeing a reaction to that, seeing a sniper on the enemy team. So I think what Team Human is going for with the Necro is that they're planning to lane that as one of their solo heroes. So for the purpose of, if you get a last hit, then you get HP and MP regen, which prevents you from having to bring out a Salve or a Clarity Potion. So if you can control the lane by yourself with Necrophos, you can stay there a long time and probably start to dominate your opponent. But if you're against somebody that has a better attack animation than you, which is Sniper, it attacks fast and the projectile time is really high. It means getting less than 9s are easier. And also, therefore, Sniper can just sit back and kind of ping away at Necro potentially and last hit better. So I'm not sold on Necro being good, but maybe they'll make it work.
Okay, well, the third pick here, the CM, so the human side, as we're seeing, certainly thinking about that sustainability, thinking about the ability to keep on pushing, and so's OpenAI here as they grab the Death Prophet. So we are seeing what we will expect to be the 3 cores from OpenAI, the Gyrocopter, the Sniper, and the Death Prophet.
Yeah, and interestingly, they are kind of sticking to that same kind of what we expect out of a pro game. 3 cores, 2 supports. Yeah. We're not seeing many cores, or we're seeing a mix of both things depending on what they need, which is interesting. CM is still in a good place in this patch here. Some of the changes are her GPM perk at 15 isn't as good, but who cares about that, right? Her Nova has a slower cooldown, but CM's going to be able to pump mana to the rest of her team, and they're going to be able to use that extra mana to do more harass and fight more often with their opponents.
Oh, Razor is going to be the picker hero that we don't see a lot. Not really the most popular in terms of current Dota. Even back then, wasn't he? Was actually it was a bit more hot back then, was he? Because he did receive some nerfs, so in a bit of a better place, I imagine, on this patch.
It's more like he got tiny nerf, and then he kind of just got left to the side. Nobody really picks him that much right now. But the way that Razor is really good is that when you're laning against somebody in a 1v1, you can steal their damage with Static Link, and then that gives you a huge last hitting advantage and a possible trade advantage. So kind of interesting that they pick Razor. So it looks like the humans are going to go Earthshaker support, CM support.
Yep.
And they'll finish off with an SF in the mid lane. And luckily, the bots cannot use it, as far as I'm aware. But
there we go. The crowd enjoying the lineup that the humans have presented here to OpenAI, as OpenAI will respond with a 5th pick Lion. So their 2 supports being the Lion and the Lich.
So if we look at the potential 1v1 or core heroes, though, the Razor and the Shadow Fiend, those are heroes that if they get advantage, they can continue abusing that advantage. And if they're up against a hero like Lion, they have to be a little careful, because if Lion rotates in at the right time, he's got a disable, and he's got a lot of burst damage. So they have to be careful, they have to be aware, and it may lead to ganks being a big thing for OpenAI here.
Well, let's find out. And of course, just as a reminder, because this was the first time we've actually got to see OpenAI actually take the picking phase and do it in response to what was being picked by the humans, obviously prioritizing the heroes that in their mind will give them the best percentage chance of winning this game. And sort of talking from an overall perspective, would you say OpenAI has outdrafted the humans here? You know, have they already managed to start this game off with an advantage?
I would say that their lineup is very good at fighting without items, whereas the Dyer's lineup is a lot more required to have it. Like for the Dyer's, the humans lineup to do damage, they need to be able to cast like Crystal Nova, maybe like a double Shadow Fiend raise. Maybe they have to get somebody low enough that Moon Meander on the Necrophos can even cast his ulti to secure a kill. So it's like they definitely need more items, it feels like. They need to get off the ground a little bit before they can be more effective. Or at the least, what they can do is force their opponents to spread out more. That way they can't just death push with 4 heroes, because it seems like there's always this time where OpenAI 5 will grab 4 heroes and they'll just kind of start death pushing. And in the previous match we saw, there was some lane movement at the start. It was like a tri-lane, maybe a dual lane, then the mid rotates up, and then they're like really pushing. And when they had advantage and they're feeling confident and they started shit-talking in all chat, that was when they were just 4-man pushing. So if the humans can delay that advantage by laning well and getting a lane advantage, maybe it'll actually become a regular game of Dota.
Look at that! The percentage has just gone up in milliseconds, 80, 90, 95.
He changed his mind 3 times in a fraction of a second.
That's
He's like,
a lot of confidence.
That was, wow.
From OpenAI, but here we go. This is going to be fun indeed, Mr. OpenAI Sniper, as we get into this game 1 between Team Human and the OpenAI.
They're following the Midas mode rules, I think. We're smoking. There it is. So moving across the map here, the win chance, it does change a little bit over time. I mean, grabbing a first blood would be a really nice advantage. So maybe if they had paid attention to where they expected their opponents to go, they could use that to try to abuse a free kill.
Sitting at a solid 94% at the moment. Seems to be the number that OpenAI have settled upon. As indeed this smoke movement from the humans looking to be unsuccessful, as OpenAI already positioning themselves aggressively on the top half of the map, their entire team sticking together almost as if they're prepared for this sort of movement.
Well, they'll just go back to regular laning stage, I guess. This looks actually kind of like a pro game, to be honest. Like, one team will move into the enemy jungle, the other team will move in the other jungle, and they'll just split bounty runes down the middle of the map. Merlini's going to have to be a little careful here. He is going to spot the enemy team, seeing all 3 he knows. There's no way that he'll grab that one successfully without a bad trade.
Yeah, so I guess actually that's a good point as well to point out what who's playing what on the side of Team Humans, because there was some talk about who's going to be playing which role. We've got Merlini on the safe lane. It will be Blitz playing the Shadow Fiend mid. You're going to have Fogged walking around the map on the support. Shaker, Cap as well, supporting on CM, and Moon, he'll be down on the bottom playing that third core, the Necrophos.
And the couriers are already moving. Everybody's grabbing them, running them around. Looks like mangoes for people. Still pretty low regen for the humans as well as also the OpenAI, so maybe taking a page out of their books. Oh, was that a double shrapnel?
Oh, stacking shrapnel!
Them. Is this bot TI?
Oh, the OpenAI making a questionable decision there.
Yes, that was not a good move. Let's get in the first last hit. That's huge, because if he gets enough souls here, it means he's going to have a massive last hitting advantage against the sniper. And I honestly was not super impressed with the bot last hitting in the previous match.
Oh, top lane. They do get themselves the kill as they dive in. They're using Sails to ferry. This wouldn't be an OD Pixel observing without missing first blood.
Yeah, that reminded me of a very famous Merlini clip, actually. Dive into the trees, get the triple kill, except that didn't happen. He just died. See if they can get as many last hits as possible. So last hitting, denying, this is what really matters. In the safe lane, actually, it's a Lich, by the way.
Oh,
this is actually a Lich core.
Oh, okay. So we set the pictures. They're changing it up, OpenAI.
And actually, all the heroes on OpenAI are carrying null talismans at the start. The line is, as is the Death Prophet. So very bizarre laning stage to start things off. Fogged is going to begin a pull, though. I don't think we saw a pull in other matches at all.
Yeah, we'll see how the OpenAI deals with that. Sort of that change in equilibrium on this top lane.
Which is a really good thing to do. A typical small camp is going to give you about half of a level, and it seems actually they have no idea what's going on right now.
They're panicking.
Fogg's going to get this full
Where do
pull.
we go? Where's the creep, Scott?
Yeah, they're
What
actually...
do we do?
This is the most confused I've seen them yet, for sure. He didn't do a pull through, though. So
I mean, they're not using the all chat now, you know.
They'll wait. They're just biding their time, right? The wave will push because he did a single pull and didn't connect. So in the meantime, Fogged is also going to be setting up a potential gank mid. Level 3 on Shadow Fiend here. He does miss his raise, though.
Let's see how well OpenAI 5 on the sniper is able to position himself at the moment, keeping himself close towards the tower.
Top lane, Crystal Maiden is in trouble.
Oh, another dive in, another hex, and another kill. A second one there for OpenAI on this top lane. So out for both of the cores. Well, they're sharing the lane.
They're missing 200 health and they're popping a self.
And we are going to see a movement now. OpenAI taking the Death Prophet now down to the bottom lane. So going back to sort of the 2-1-2s, which we more commonly see from the pro lane.
Moon wants to go for this kill. He's got to be careful. He's got the double fairy fire, though. This is a common Moon style here. Oh, the salve, though.
He turns. Can he get it? No, he can't. OpenAI take the kill on Moon.
He felt confident with the kill, but he wasn't expecting the salve. Mid damage there. So he was the last hit leader in a big way, though.
But look, now the humans know that they're down to a 2-1-2, so they have a bit of an advantage in terms of numbers on this top lane. They're trying to close the gap, but the Fisher, in fact, from Fogged is stopping Capitalist from being able to close the gap. The stun as well from the Lion, making sure the Cap can't close the gap. So nice wraparound there from OpenAI, holding back the disabler that the humans had, making sure that the Jara can keep himself at a safe distance.
Shadow Fiend's pulling ahead in a really big way, though. 14-4, so he's slightly beating out the Sniper, but it's just going to get more and more one-sided as time goes on here. Basically, Sniper has to make sure he just doesn't get double race. That's really where he starts losing his lane.
The
bot lane, Necro's in trouble.
Oh, he's got the Ghost Shroud, he's got the 1 charges. And getting those salves out as well. Of course, making the best use they can here, the humans, of the fact that they, of course, do also have these 5 invulnerable couriers.
I mean, that must have been a really good trade there for Necro, because he healed back up using Ghost Shroud between Wand and Salve. Maybe that's one thing he's trying to abuse here. We're actually seeing an OpenAI hero go all the way back to base. This is like a first for today, I think, that somebody's actually just gone all the way back, or at least ran all the way back to their courier. So it seems like a decent start.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of kills, as we can see, they have 3, but the net worth pretty much even at the moment between these two teams.
What about the win probability?
I was going to say, have they sort of lost their confidence? No, it's actually gone up. Yes.
All right,
we're struggling a little bit. We're going to win 98% chance. Oh, the BM smoke here from OpenAI.
It does take a tri-lane to beat Moon Meander, apparently. So always got to get those jabs in. I was wondering if it'd be fun to take the current OpenAI and just get all the players in the world to just scrim against them. Maybe that's one way to make up the time and see if they can learn some behaviors maybe that help them win pub games by trash talking. Thought that would be kind of fun. I don't know if they have the resources.
Top lane. An attempt here onto the Gyrocopter Cap. He's got the 2 points thing over, but can't quite wait for the cooldown as the salve's already out on OpenAI Gyro. There's 3 heroes on him this time. He complained about it, and he's probably going to be a bit annoyed again as it happens. Immediate smoke up as well after they get the kill, so they can look to reposition. Yeah,
it just moves them across the map a little bit faster. Moon there was waiting to use his Ghost Shroud, but got hexed and didn't get time to pop the Shroud, the Wand, and himself. So he ends up getting picked off there. The smoke was also potentially to find a bounty run fight. And Cap going to go down here. Ben in trouble too. Man, Gyro by himself is actually taking it to these 2 heroes. Like, they're zoning him, but then he's just kind of coming back and fighting again and getting good trades.
We have it towards the mid. Fog. He's going to walk himself into the Lich. Looks for the Fisher. Does manage to trap him there. Nice trap indeed. He's setting up here for Blitz to come in. The stun will hold back the SF, so the races don't come through. There's a bit of time to salve, but it's not enough. As Fog there, with a fantastic setup there with that Fisher trap. Ooh. The question marks come out, and deservedly so.
So that's one of those things that we haven't really seen the bots do. They haven't abused things like body blocking so much. It's probably very hard for them to learn it, I imagine. But that was effectively, like, Fog basically just inconvenienced that Lich for a good 12 seconds or something like that. That's the abusive level in Fissure. He is going to be sitting behind the Necro, though, hoping for a possible rotation. Gyro shows up in the lane.
The missile onto him. We'll see how hard OpenAI look to go in. The Fisher does slow down the Gyro a bit, but it's not enough. As the damage is done with the Rocket Barrage through the Ghost Shroud. Another kill for this Gyro. As Blitz has picked up an Invis Rune.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen too much rune usage at all from the bot teams just yet. So this is one place. Oh well, they do have a sentry ward.
They do that. Look at this. They see it all. They let him know. They give the right clicks. Blitz knows they've got detection down.
He wanted to go in on that, but with the allies coming from behind, he would have paid for it. He's pretty farmed though. I mean, he's already got an Aquila Treads. This was like the most items we saw out of human players in the previous matches. So.
Already, this game is so exciting to see because the lanes haven't been a disaster for these humans.
Yes.
It's coming up to 7 minutes in. It's still less than a 1k advantage. So we are going to get the chance to see what OpenAI does when it has, has to come out of a laning stage that's been a close one.
I mean, that's pretty much what we're seeing. They're doing okay in levels. They're keeping their opponents at least semi-even. Yes, they're getting more kills, but it seems like they're lasting fight. Although Razor on top is in a lot of trouble here.
He's got to be able to keep himself in there behind the trees.
I mean, Sniper is level 7 already, and Razor's walking around level 4. And he's not that useful as a hero. Usually he wants to have a little bit of a level and gold advantage, but he hasn't even been able to get there yet.
Top is missing.
See the humans now putting a lot of prioritization on this bottom lane. 4 of them down here to look to battle with OpenAI. OpenAI will turn. They'll get the stun with the Lion, moving in with the Rocket Barrage. Fog gets the Fisher out. He does get healed up. There is a missile inbound. We're going to see the rest of the team continue to try and fight as Fog will survive. Blitz turns for the raises, gets the kill. The Assassinate coming through with the blast. The bounces, it's enough. That's going to be the SF gone. Cap to fall as well. Malini has turned up, but it's a little too late. The humans, they've already down 2 heroes here. He's got to retreat. Moon trying to get to the center of it all. He still has the Reaper scythe available. Lays it down as Lich will get the kill, but he still ends up falling. As OpenAI will come out on top, but a very, very close team fight there between the two sides as everybody sending their lineups straight down towards the bottom lane. Looks like we do have a pause. Hopefully this won't confuse the OpenAI.
Is this one of those real pauses, or is this like trying to get in their heads?
I was going to say, this is a little bit of an unfair advantage. The OpenAI,
Surely.
I don't think they can pause the game, so...
Do they need to? They don't go to the bathroom. They don't have to answer the door. They just play Dota all day. That's the life we all want, right?
Just true. They are living the dream here, OpenAI. But so far, this first 8 minutes of the game, impressed by what the humans have been able to do against OpenAI?
Yeah, I think this is just a fundamental show of their laning mechanics being better. They're better at last hitting. They're better at like pushing waves. They're better at being efficient around the map, and that's why the last hit totals are just higher, because their opponents haven't had a moment where they need to group up and just death push the lane. So like Blitz already has pretty good items. He's used his first couple of runes pretty well. I think that's like a huge advantage that they need to keep trying to abuse to try to beat the OpenAI bots. So far it's going all right. It's just there's still been a lot of lack of deaths, perhaps. And levels-wise, actually the graph I'm curious about is experience, and that's where things are getting really bad, actually. So the gold, it looks kind of even, but the experience graph has just been creeping more and more towards the OpenAI 5 favor. So that means they have less levels, and when you have less levels, that means less damage from your skills and less ultimates, and it's going to mean that the team fights that do happen later when they start death pushing are going to be so much harder to win. So I mean, they've got some good team fight stuff. Maybe if they get a Shadow Blade on SF, they could get a cool Requiem perhaps. But with their current sentry usage, it seems like they're kind of on top of that. Like in the safe lane, they had a couple sentries already. They spotted the invis from Shadow Fiend. They have more sentries in position to prevent their opponents from having observer wards that would give them vision of their opponents. So it just seems like they're kind of on top of stuff.
And in terms of as well, obviously we're talking about what the humans have done and what they could have done better. Looking at what OpenAI has achieved in these first 8 minutes in terms of the lanes, the way that they moved around, would you agree that everything they did makes sense, or could you sort of criticize some of the behavior and say, well, maybe this early 8 minutes could have gone better if a certain one of their heroes did something else?
I mean, most of it is about lane matchups, essentially. In the mid lane, Shadow Fiend did slightly better, moderately better, perhaps. But against Sniper, it's kind of hard to kill him because he's always going to be far away. Without a lane rotation, SF isn't really going to score that kill. And the one time they maybe had an opportunity with Earthshaker, they just didn't have the opportunity. So you're not going to do that great there. I think Razor had a poor lane, is pretty safe to say. And Necro was last hitting well, but he was up against a basic core Lich who was maxing Sacrifice, and was just constantly pulling experience away from Necrophos. So he couldn't even get ahead, even though he's better at last hitting there. So in that way, it's the OpenAI 5, so far, everything's working, right? The slight gold advantage, big experience advantage, and their confidence hasn't cracked.
It absolutely has, and as we've been saying on the grass, still sitting at the 99%. I think that's going to be the thing. What does it actually take to make OpenAI start to doubt itself? That's sort of another level that we're going to be able to see if we get to that point, if anything does happen that sort of does crack the confidence.
I feel like these guys are going to get mega creep. They're still going to be like, 87%, I'm pretty sure. We can still win this.
But that's something. To see it drop from 99 to 87, that will be impressive if we see Team Human able to sort of push the OpenAI into that sort of direction. But once again, apologies for the pause. We believe we are just sorting out Blitz's computer so we can get back on with the game because, I mean, as you say, OpenAI, they're going to be able to play this smoothly. Well, we want to make sure that Team Human is also being able to play the game as smoothly and fluidly as possible.
Maybe OpenAI was developing. No, probably not. But as long as they're not lagging, you know, they should be able to take it. I mean, Blitz is at 400 gold towards his Shadow Blade right now, so it's going to be a while. But if they can keep getting decent team fight trades where both of them go equal, and then turn that into levels, because when you are behind, there's still a lot of comeback mechanics in terms of EXP. It's been mostly reduced for gold in the last couple of patches, but the experience one is still really high. So if they do succeed at getting kills on high-level enemy heroes, on if they kill OpenAI 5, they're going to catch up really rapidly, and then that might just negate the confidence in a big way, because then they're going to have equal resources and also approximately equal gold. Because I'm not super confident that something like a Shadow Blade is going to be abusable against the OpenAI 5.
I was going to say, because they seem
like
very good with sentries, and they do seem to be very much about sort of not playing alone. It seems unlikely that you're going to be able to find a member of OpenAI out on their own. So they're going to have backup, or they're going to have instant TP reactions.
But there are pretty easy ways to check. You can do things like walk under a creep wave of Shadow Blade and right-click an enemy hero and see if the creeps aggro you. And then you know if there's a sentry there. And if you do that and they don't, maybe he'll get an easy Requiem kill on a big core. That could be huge for changing the tempo of the whole game. And that's what works so well in low-level pubs usually, or even any pub. You get a Shadow Blade and you kill heroes, and it just pushes you in a big advantage. So if they can get stuff like that, it could make a big difference.
Well, we're back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we have managed to sort out the tech issues and get this game back and underway. OpenAI bringing their members back down towards this bottom lane. Quite got the ultimates back online, 30 seconds for the Chain Frost. Just sending out some warning shots here onto Capitalist. Quick assassinate onto the Crystal Maiden. This is sort of, it's leaving the mid lane free, so Fogged on the Shaker is able to pick up some good levels and start to get a bit of that farm, and they can work towards those key crucial items on the Earthshaker, like the Blink Dagger.
But the pushing is coming, and this is where things get scary. Sniper's level 8, he's got a phase boot, so he's high damage, high nuke, and he's just going to keep assassinating Crystal Maiden. But the salves are already prepped here. Sam's got to be careful.
It's gone! Cap's gone there with the assassinates and the flak cannons.
He was not ready there. And that's all it took, a couple flak and a second assassinate. He was thinking he could heal through that, but he got bursted. Merlini's in trouble too.
He is, he's getting chased, he's getting dove. The Chain Frost being bounced between them perfectly as OpenAI take down both Merlini and Moon Meander. And they're onto the tier 1 tower, pushing in. Same time up top, looks like we have the DP chasing Blitz around. He's going to pop this out. He's got the DD. Maybe he can try and outplay the bot here. They've got the Fisher as well. With the DD, they're going to be able to do it then. Blitz and Fog catching out the Death Prophet. Still the bottom tier 1 tower in trouble. Will go down.
Well, they can push themselves. Blitz can go in the mid lane. SF is amazing at pushing as a solo hero. Spend a little mana.
And Cap, a little bit too far in the front lines as he instantly gets disabled by the Lion. Burst down by the assassinate of the Sniper.
Oh, Earthshaker being harassed on the mid lane by the Lich. A little bizarre here, but yeah, the DDs and Runes so far have absolutely been impactful. Blitz is going to shift to the top lane, grab a double set of bounties, so they'll go even there. Necro's keeping the creep wave top static, so they do get the tier 1 tower, but that looked more standard, like a typical pro engagement.
For sure.
Group, take the tower, and then go back to being efficient on the map. So it definitely, the strategy of this game definitely seems a little different than the previous.
I mean, I was going to say, in terms of the previous, we've got to compare the fact that 10 minutes in the first game we saw today, OpenAI were already taking barracks. So already we are seeing how well Team Human are able to sort of push OpenAI to the limits in this early stage of the game.
Yep. Now, I think the biggest thing that's hurting Team Human right now is the Razor. His laning stage was poor. Oh, initiation here. I think that was an Invis rune, actually.
Yeah. Easily able to close the gap there onto Fog.
Nicely done by Lion there, initiating for the kill.
Top lane. I can see Moon get gone upon. Naomi missile stun. Another kill for OpenAI.
It's just really tough to play Necro against these heroes, against Gyro and Death Prophet. They have all this magic damage, so if you do use your Ghost Shroud, you're still going to take a bunch of damage. So you just can't survive here. They're going on CM again. All right, just harass. Just some simple harass. With a 100-second cooldown. Worth it, I guess. He's going to heal up a bit, slowing down the push, but
he's got to be careful, Cap. I mean, Cap does have backup. There's the Fisher out onto 2 on the side, though. Merlini getting focused by the Lion and the Sniper. Fogged, he's getting trapped in there. OpenAI trapping the humans, taking down 3 of them. As they come in with the Ghost wraparound from the Death Prophet, there's no escape for them there.
I think Blitz is doing the right thing here, ditching his team. I mean, this is how he gains MMR. He plays these solo heroes.
And he's got that Shadow Amulet, you know, the classic.
He sees his allies getting initiated on those. That's not going to work, so he goes off and he farms, and then he gets the big item that's going to allow him to actually affect the game. which once he finishes the SB, he's going to start blowing heroes up. And remember, there's a lot of consumable items being purchased by these OpenAI AI bots. That means that when he does get a Shadow Blade online, they barely have anything. This line just finishes Brown Boots. He's going to get like 2-shot here. His reaction time should be good, but oh, this could be Blitzstein though. This would be so bad for their team. The dust.
They've got the dust.
It was
They've
outside of
found
range.
him. But still, they've got the AoE to burst in. Blitz is gone for 30. Malini trying to lead forward onto the line. Line is out of mana. Cap getting right-click down here by the Lich. Same time, they'll go for the cooldown. They've managed to find Malini. Fog desperately wanting this sniper, but OpenAI, they juke him out. Turn around, he's ready to turn and punch back. As Fog's Willful can't get the Fisher out. OpenAI laughs in his face. As Sniper 1, 0, and 13 still yet to die this game.
Man, they're getting so close every moment, but they just couldn't quite pull it out there. Great jukes by the enemy team. I think the Dust even missed on Blitz there. He maybe could have just rode that one out like somebody that gave up on the game, but at least until the enemies left. But it seems like every opportunity available, OpenAI is going to throw nukes on their opponents. So they can't even like show in the lane to slow. I don't even know if it's beneficial for them to be here to try to slow this down.
I mean, it's absolutely, as you say, we are never seeing OpenAI sort of sitting around with full mana. They're always spamming at anyone that comes in range. They know the value of just keeping the opponent slow at any sort of cost.
So they have nuked the creep wave here. This is basically what they need to do. A fissure. Oh, they're in trouble now.
They're straight in with the burst. Malini will put the one charge. It is not enough to keep him alive. The flat cannon finishes him off. Cap gets caught out from the stun as well. There's a double kill for OpenAI's Gyro. Allowing them to move in onto this tier 2 tower. They will put the fortification, another BM smoke. The Fisher does manage to do quite a bit of damage, but still they haven't quite got that jump to get in and finish off OpenAI. As the Gyro able to safely disengage, TP's back towards base. The rest of OpenAI claim the tier 2 tower, and already they're moving on to other lanes.
I mean, their confidence level basically can't go up at this point, so I don't think they're too upset with how this game is going. But it's a 5k advantage, 24-4 now. And they just feel, it just feels like there's a couple of heroes that are really hard to activate in this game. The Necro is kind of hard to activate because other people have to be low, and it's so hard for Merlini to get in this game on Razor. This is not a hero that catches up well. He can't push waves super easily and rapidly. He's got a long cooldown on his nuke. He's just kind of limited. He needs like a solo lane to grab free farm, to grab levels, to grab items, but normally he's supposed to snowball off of like controlling other heroes and limiting what they get, but he hasn't been able to do that this game. So he's basically playing support at this point. Kind of aimless movement by OpenAI. This is the first time I see them jungle actually on Sniper. It's not very common for them to sit back like this.
Yet to move on to their next target. Still tier 2s in both the mid lane and top lane for the taking. It's bottom lane Blitz trying to sort of chase down this Lich, but it's a level 11 Lich. Fog, let's try for the Fisher setup. Blitz still with a bit of time left on the Shadow Blade. Looks for the wraparound. They've got the burst. They've got the kill. There's a Lich, but you've got to remember, this is a Lich that was being prioritized by OpenAI. It has sort of, interestingly enough, fallen down to being the second lowest in the team, so sort of back to that support capacity, despite being given the solo lane at the start.
Yeah. Well, they're committing to pushing now. And now I think the humans are in a bit of a weird place. They know that they should defend, but their opponents are so good at pushing now that they can't even like split push in the meantime.
I mean, the humans know that the Gyro TP bottom, so maybe they can look to try and do something here. They try with the Fisher, but straight away turning with the Mask of Madness. The Sniper going into Fog, doesn't quite finish him off, turns towards the bigger target. Looks towards Malini, will find him. Cap tries to lead forward, Blitz has the Requiem. Can he finish the kill? He can. They get the Sniper, Cap, Blitz get another. He does it, the Requiem, it does! Will get the kill. It costs them many lives, though, Team Human. They do lose 3, but they are able to take down 2 of OpenAI's cores.
With that said, that was a pretty good trade there for the humans. They get about a 500 gold advantage and about 700 extra experience. So, considering they're behind, I think that's all right. Because when they come back up, like the value of a Shadow Blade is just so much here against bots. I find it. I feel like a human is going to be able to abuse Shadow Blade much better than a bot would be machine learning at this point, I guess, is my assumption. My assumption is that they're so good at team fighting and pushing, but are they going to know how to abuse Shadow Blade pressure around the map? I feel like they're not going to be able to do that as well.
I'm going to see down bottom. OpenAI having both the Gyro and Lion stunning the front. They are going to have the rest of the team moving in. So again, OpenAI falling back to this full 5-man that they want to prioritize, pushing this bottom lane.
Every time he comes forward, they throw the missile, they throw the assassinate, and they get him low. I mean, this guy needs a tranquil boost so bad, but he just can't get it.
And now they're moving in. They get Cap. Cap will fall again. Can they do to stop this? Hex and stun coming out onto Fog. They're keeping him held at the sideline. Fog trying to back up with a finger. Oh, from maximum range there from the Lion. Will burst him down. They have managed to claim Sniper's Blitz, came in from the side, was able to burst him, but they're moving in for more with the cooldown onto Moon. Moon, he gets stunned up, disabled, Necrophos is gone. Buybacks now to come out from Team Humans. They'll buy back on Moon Meander, and OpenAI immediately respecting that, backing up.
Yeah, I mean, they're all pretty low, and they're out of regen. They don't have any more in their inventory. Razor's approaching, he wants to take this fight, but he's so scared. He's doing what he can.
Oh, he gets silenced immediately.
No.
Can't get the Requiem off. Instant silence there from the Death Prophet.
The Sentry caught him. They caught him briefly, and that's why they reacted so fast. So that loses his Shadow Blade cooldown for this moment, but so far the strategy seems pretty similar. Come in, nuke your opponents, try to get them on to go on one of your tanky guys, and then let your real damage dealers come in the back line and try to clean up. And that's what Blitz did successfully in that last fight. He jumps and he kills the sniper. That's the guy that does by far the most damage. That's the best tower damage. Exactly. Stops the push and gives him gold. So we'll see where they go from here. Capitalist still buying Observer Ward stuff. Merlini's still trying to get as tanky as possible. They've also got a Veil on Necrophos. This is a really nice pickup here. So amplify all the magic damage they deal, and they are pretty magic heavy. And we're very close to a blink on Earthshaker, actually. He's at 2,100 gold.
Oh, we could see some big slam players indeed coming out from Fog. Because of the way that OpenAI players we've seen, how will they react to this? Because at the moment, a lot of the times, they are fairly grouped up, OpenAI. There is potential for big Echo Slams to come into play.
But in other matches, it does seem like they spread out okay. But the important thing is keeping them at this choke point. You don't want them to get past the opening. You can engage them outside to be a lot better. Look how spread out they are. Death Prophet all the way on the one side, seemingly by herself. But I mean, with Yule, she could defend herself. But she's a hard pickup. They see the ward now. I don't know if it's going to last. Creep wave is dead, so they're going to have to take the tower at least.
Fog tries to but instant Hex! He instantly gets Hex there by the line. He will get the Echo Slam out. And they're 2 down on the Team Humans on the front. The Death Prophet standing strong as 4 dead. They'll look for the 5th. He'll try with the Reaper's Scythe Moon, but it's not enough damage. Triple kill for the Gyros. OpenAI wipe them with the quick Hex reactions there of Lion.
Yeah, the Hex absolutely did everything there. If that Echo Slam comes out earlier, we're talking about 2 minimum stuns from the Earthshaker. And then with that combo, they can follow up on that while those heroes are stunned. But delaying that for so long just meant that they lost the team fight instantly. Everybody's dead, Rax is gone. I like the opportunity. I like what he did. He fissured first. That's like one way to cover your Echo Slam. That was the safest way to initiate.
But that prepared the Lion.
Maybe, but it didn't catch the line with the stun. Because if you fissure first, you fissure no matter what. They can't see you. And as soon as you blink and you cast Echo, your typical person is never going to react that time. But that was a huge initiation. Great Hex.
Indeed, the first set of racks taken 20 minutes in. Not sort of unheard early, but it's still early. And now outside of the base, Merlini receiving a bit of spam here from the Crit Swarm Assassinate. Quickly forces him to have to back up back to the fountain. As OpenAI now move their proceeds towards the middle lane, take the tier 2 tower, and are getting ready to set themselves up for another siege attempt at Team Humans base.
Can they defend this time? They don't have Echo Slam, 60 seconds on that one. They've got no BKB on Blitz just yet. If he gets that, he can maybe take a fight at least. But there's a lot of big items on OpenAI 5 right now. SNY on the gyro with his drums. They've got a lot of good things.
Ready to do the Fisher. Blitz trying to see if he can maybe set up for the Requiem. They'll jump it again. Fog instantly gets hexed by the Lion. Blitz now getting focused, the Assassinate bringing him low. There's the blast from the Lich to finish him off. 4 dead on Team Human as OpenAI open the base up for a second set of racks. And GG will be called 21 minutes into this benchmark. OpenAI will take game 1.
I mean, that wasn't that bad. 20-minute game for their second racks. They were very close to defending. I think they had the things that they needed to defend the bot racks, but there was just a couple big weights hanging on their neck, in my opinion. I think it was the Necrophos is a hero. You can't get into effective damage range without being damaged yourself. Like, if Necro wants to do damage, he has to be practically in melee to cast Death Pulse. That is not safe. If you're ever behind, that means your hero is crap until somebody else on your team gets somebody below half HP. I think Necro is not a good pick here. And Razor did okay in his lane, but he needs to, like, dominate his lane.
I mean, as we sort of said, Razor is a... It doesn't feel like one of those incredibly strong heroes. It can be very underwhelming, even in sort of the normal professional games. So maybe a bit of a risky pick there from them in terms of trying to push a hero that's not actually, not really the hottest at the moment. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, of course, how it sort of changes up in game 2 in response to how they felt that they performed with this. But of course, the last sort of plays that did stick out were the reactions of the Lion. The way that the Lion was ready and able to disable Fogged both times, in which plays that could have allowed the game to at least go on for a little longer. If Fogged lands those initiations on the Earthshaker, they can hold off for a little longer. They can set up for Blitz to come in and do the damage. But those instant hexes, they put a stop to that.
Yeah, they did. That was a really good hex. If they land that Echo Slam, if they defend that team fight there, then the game stagnates a little bit longer, and then maybe they get BKB on Blitz. He keeps his souls at max instead of at about half like it was in that last fight that we saw. Maybe that makes a difference. But I think draft is stage number 1. They need to realize what's valuable against bots that play like this, and I think the answer is not Necrophos and probably not Razor as well.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. So game 1 going to OpenAI here at this benchmark test. We will have a very, very short break as we are going to get some of the members of OpenAI up here to have a bit of a chat about what we saw in game 1 and more of sort of the system as a whole. So don't go anywhere.
Running in our blood. The answers are lying here within. The truth is running in our blood. The answers are lying here within.
Hey guys, welcome back. We're going to be doing a quick interview here with some of the devs that work at OpenAI. Do you guys want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Susan. I joined the Dota team a few months ago, so I'm fairly new.
I'm Jakub. I'm the research lead of the Dota team.
Cool. So how did you guys think of the first game there? Was that kind of what you expected to happen, or?
It went surprisingly well, I think. We were all cheering OpenAI 5 pulled off quite an impressive move.
Yeah, it was pretty good. So there's a lot of questions about how everything gets to this point. How do you go from like step 1 of starting the project to here, and like how do things get refined as a whole? Like how do the bots know what to do? How do they learn those things?
Through practice. So they start off not having any preconception of how this game is supposed to be played. So they mostly just swing randomly. And they play 180 years of Dota against themselves every day. And what is really amazing is that this fundamental technology that we're basing this on, deep learning, is able to take all this raw training data and turn it into something that actually acts intelligently within the game.
So would it be easy to translate what you're learning in Dota 2 to other aspects? Like, is the process the same even though it's a video game that has a defined set of rules and goals? Or
Yes, actually, the reason we're working on Dota is because it's such a complex real-time environment, and we've already had some success in transferring it to other domains. Recently, we had a release about a robotics manipulation system that actually uses the same underlying components as the Dota 2 system.
so, like, what are some of the? I know you guys talked about some of the limitations, like item purchases and stuff. But how do they learn how to do some of those more complex things? Like, for example, there's this thing in Dota where if you want to get more health from a salve, you might drop an item that gives you health while you heal up. Like, is a bot ever, or is the machine learning ever going to be able to develop that knowledge, or is that kind of just something that's impossible for the way machine learning works?
So through the 180 years of self-play, I think it eventually can find one of these scenarios, and if it sees that it can lead to a beneficial outcome, it may learn that tactic, but it's not necessarily guaranteed.
So when you say beneficial outcome, do you mean like
They get a reward for it, essentially.
would the reward be we won this game, or would it be like in this moment I have more health and that seems good?
The reward is something projected into the future, so if they end up winning the game, that might be part of it.
So would they like go back through the game and analyze things that went well, or is it more just like do you add up everything that went well in their perception and adds to the overall like this is our new strategy thing?
It's more of a cumulative thing, I believe.
Yes, so actually every minute they update, the model is updated based on the experience from playing games. So as games happen in training, not in here, the bots continuously update and try to judge their current situation. And if they think they have got an advantage, they try to remember that action and repeat it in the future.
Okay, so in terms of integrating like other aspects that you guys haven't finished yet with like runes or things like that, is there like a development timeline for how you expect that to be done, or are you just busy with other stuff right now?
We're hoping to get a lot of this in before TI. One of the main things is to have our models learn how to buy items. Currently, it's all scripted based off of the Tortellini's guide. So hopefully by TI, we'll have the model learn these aspects.
So how does their item purchase work currently? Is it they don't like? Does the bot have like a mouse interface that like clicks to open the shop and then buys an item, or is it?
No, it's all commands through the bot API.
Okay, would they ever get to some stage like that, or is it all just like they know how to move their hero X position and?
It's all entirely through the API, so they're not really. You can't really mimic it through mouse clicking or how the humans will interact with the game. It's a little bit different.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thanks very much for answering the question, guys. Appreciate it, and we'll be right back with game number 2.
You sexy beast. You sexy beast. You sexy beast. sexy beast. You sexy beast. You sexy beast. You sexy beast. You sexy beast.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to what we're getting into, Game 2 of OpenAI versus Team Human here at this benchmark. I'm OpenAI, I'm here with Purge. The draft has begun, so we should be able to get it up onto your screen right now, as we're already 2 picks in on both sides, and so far, nothing's changed.
Well, that's not exactly true. They picked
Well,
less
the orc.
terrible heroes at the start.
Sure.
All right, no Necro, it's gone. But they did open with Shadow Fiend and Earthshaker again. Earthshaker, I think, showed some value, has good team fighting, good roaming. It's a good hero without levels, which is definitely a nice thing to have.
And look at this. Do you want to break this down for us,
Yes,
Cap? What have we got? Lots of numbers.
We're basically seeing into the OpenAI 5 brain right now. We see the percentage chance of what they expect to play against here. So the numbers you're seeing, the percentage over each hero, that's if that hero was picked in that position, that is their confidence of winning.
Yes.
So what OpenAI is telling us right now is that with only 2 picks on each team, they have a 72% chance to win this game already, in their opinion, which so far seems to be correct. I mean, they're like 4-0 already today, right? Except for against the human players. Just want to know. So in fact, our actual game is a little bit farther ahead. The humans, I believe, have picked Witch Doctor for their 3rd hero. And
it
we also
looks
have
like
a
it's just doing it in a different
sniper.
order.
Okay, yeah, it's just slightly different, I think. So
So as we can see, they're happy with the draft. You know, it's going up their sort of
Yes.
confidence up to 76% chance of winning at the moment for OpenAI with that Death Prophet pick from Team Human.
Yep, and OpenAI goes for a Crystal Maiden now. So what's really interesting about this is that if you play with it, you can see the numbers at the top that show the progression. That as soon as the Shadow Fiend was picked, they're like,
That's a
dumbasses, you picked Shadow Fiend. Big mistake. And that was instantly when they felt really confident. So they must feel like they know how to deal with Shadow Fiend. They can make sure that he stays behind this game. And they felt like that was a big mistake.
Interesting that, as you see, between some of the heroes, sort of their chance of winning to guys. So it seems to be very much focused on just what the other team's picking rather than their confidence in their own picks.
It's a mix of both. It proves that drafting does have to do with this order thing, which we all know, right? And it shows right now that Necro is literally the worst hero they could pick of the remaining 8. So hopefully they don't pick Necro. But they do say the percentages are showing that Ricky is the best, actually, in terms of their picks.
That is true. They are most scared of the Ricky pick. The question is, do Team Human give them the Ricky pick? As in, did they take it themselves?
I mean, they could.
They could. It's according to the stats. That's what OpenAI is scared of, the Rickies and the Axes.
It would leave their lanes a little weird. I mean, Ricky, if you think about the playstyle of OpenAI 5 so far, is that they do have these supports that are very under-farmed for a very long period of time. That's kind of where like a hero like Ricky really shines. If he can get off to a decent start, grab an item, maybe a Diffusal Blade, he's going to start one-shot killing people. Not one-shot, but he's going to Smoke Cloud, slap him once, and use his ulti, and that's going to be a dead support. So against heroes like CM and Lion, that's kind of what's ideal if you can find them solo and you have a little bit of gold advantage. But are the Humans going to play that in the right way that it'll give them a win? I'm not so sure, because it looked pretty good last game for their first game. I think there's a good shot of them taking game 2. I think they can figure this out, and right off the bat, their heroes are already better, in my opinion. But OpenAI 5 does not respect Shadow Fiend. That's what we found out from this draft here.
Which is sort of surprising, because it felt like Blitz played the SF very well in game 1. Like, it felt like that was actually one of the bigger threats that the Humans had against OpenAI.
It did, but one problem was that the 5-man still came too early, and that was kind of a staple of what we've seen every single match so far, is that at some point the 5-man just comes. And yes, he can Requiem somebody, but he doesn't have time necessarily to set up and wait for a perfect 5-man Requiem or a perfect one-shot Requiem. And even if he does use his ultimate, it's on cooldown then. And even getting close enough to cast a double raise is so dangerous. Triple raise is out of the question. Like, if you try to triple raise from short range, they're going to initiate on you and the fight's over. But getting it, they're stream sniping, dude.
Oh, they did. They take that Ricky that OpenAI were, as we saw, OpenAI were most scared. I say scared, of course, they are still sitting at, a 77% or whatever it was chance of winning. But it was the hero that maybe could catch them off guard.
And it's not just it. This is the hero that Fogged has been, like, crying about in a gentle way, about wanting the hero to be better, because he really likes playing the hero. This could be, and Moon Meander Earthshaker, that's a historic hero on that guy.
It is the Moonshaker there. I've got already, I'm liking this draft better for the Team Human compared to what we saw in game 1. Mostly because there's not a Razor there. Sure, there is a Ricky there, and a lot of times this is a hero that it's very hard to fit into a lot of drafts in competitive.
It is. It's just kind of a weak hero in terms of what he can do in the laning stage. He has gotten a couple more buffs in the last patch or 2. He doesn't have all of those, but he's invisible. That's a great advantage, obviously. You want to hit heroes like Crystal Maiden and Lion, lower their HP. He could potentially be in the right place at the right time to interrupt salves. That would be a lot of economic damage, secure kills in that way. But if he's behind, his hero's going to feel really bad. And when there's sentries on the map, that's going to be tough as well. So maybe we'll have to see a lot of sentry battling. Maybe his hero will become kind of useless really rapidly. But on the bright side, your opponent's disables, you're limited against Frostbite and Line stuff, both of which are kind of scary. But if he can get his ulti off in a team fight while his allies also go in, I could see that being really impactful.
Yeah, they've got to watch out for that line. We saw how well that line was sort of able to prepare for certain sort of initiations with the Hex. The same thing's going to be said with Fogged playing the Ricky. Of course, as you mentioned, he's going to have that invis to play around, but if they're ready with the detection, he's got to be prepared for the Lion to instantly make his move.
And I think the other thing that's going to be important to watch is how well Earthshaker does. Now, Moon's playing one of the core roles, and what he needs to do is be able to be at a creep wave getting last hits. And what we saw in the previous games is ranged heroes in these 1v1 matchups, and they're trying to make sure that their opponents can't actually farm. And if an Earthshaker is up against a dual lane, kind of like how Merlini was last game, he's constantly going to get ran at, he's going to get zoned out of the way, and he's not going to be able to get last hits. And if that happens, he's going to become a support.
Let's see what we have this time round in terms of OpenAI's laning as we get ourselves into game 2 between OpenAI and Team Human. Team Human already looking to make that same play here with the 5-man smoke. This time round, OpenAI have split themselves across the map. As we see Blitz there trying to match OpenAI with their level of all chatting. As
What is it actually, though?
We can actually check the real stats.
Oh, it's,
and
well,
it's just a 92. It's a
this is
little
better.
conservative, holding back a little bit.
This is 3% better than it was last game. All right, can they initiate the right way? All right, they got scouting with Ricky. This is a nice benefit here, but unfortunately the CM did spot the Witch Doctor, and they're going to be running away.
I mean, yeah, certainly. They've popped down the double obs wards here from OpenAI.
So if they get out on the map a little bit faster, and maybe if they hide all in the tree grouping on the right here, maybe that could provide them the ability to initiate properly, but as soon as they spotted them, they're playing very safe here, running away. All null talismans.
But this, in a sense, it's got to be a bit of a win here for Team Human. Forcing the opponents to drop 2 observer wards by their tower. That's a win for Team Human.
Oh, this is really bad for Sniper here. Is he blocked in?
Oh!
He's going for the double race. This is a dead hero. Wow.
Blitz. First blood there thanks to Moon Meander's setup with the Fissure.
And that is basically why Fissure and Earthshaker has been so good in the pro scene for so long, is because it creates unblockable movement. Like, Sniper was not expecting that, and the bots don't use that skill in that way. I think Fogged might be dead. 2 seconds, it's close. Gonna be okay. If they had Frost Blast, that's definitely a kill, but Fogged will stay alive. Pretty costly, though. I mean, him having a regen means now that he actually can't harass his opponents. It's not a good start. And Blitz going for the Shadow Race kill. He gets the first blood. That's gold advantage, but he's not going to have Necromastery for a while now.
Gonna see Fogged come across towards the mid lane. Straight up, the Sniper's in, starts to spam out the Shrapnel. Fogged trading hits it with the Sniper. Does have to be a little careful himself. Will be able to keep himself off to the side of the Shrapnel. That's Blitz, yeah. Just about to hit that level 2, and we'll see indeed if he can get those Necromastery stacks up.
You know, I'm not sure. If he could get first blood there while having Necromastery would be amazing, obviously, but getting it with the Shadow Rays has put him at a bit of a deficit here, even though the laning stage started out with nobody in it. Just the snowball ability of Shadow Fiend is huge if you can get a hold of it. But Fog does have a new Salve, so you can harass at least. Merlini looking like he's going to be experiencing pain just like last game.
The aggressive tri-lane here from OpenAI. The lane's a little bit more sensible in terms of the... We're not seeing these sort of, the 2 cores in the same lane that OpenAI did. I mean, they were successful with, but they did do it in game 1. This time round, a little more orthodox in terms of their laning decisions. It's top lane Gyro, the solo hero at the moment. 10 for 0 against the 6 for 1 is getting, well, I say an edge, but Moon's got this full creep wave, so all in all, pretty much just trading evenly down the top lane. Bottom lane, the dive coming through, OpenAI getting aggressive, and they'll get Capitalist. TP's coming from Fog. He's level 2. They are going to try for the TP out. Fogged, he's got nowhere to cancel it. Tries to get the damage in, but it's not enough. So OpenAI getting away with that early aggression that we used to see them doing on the aggressive lane.
You know, I think that this was the current patch that would have been a kill. Blink Strike would have done 100 damage, and Merlini could have cast the spell. That was actually small patch difference there. But, I mean, that's what they're playing on, right? There are so many wards down this lane.
Was that the bots pausing?
Oh.
I mean, they're learning.
Oh,
We
man.
saw them do it in game 1, the humans, and now OpenAI says we can do that too. Trying to shake Team Human there.
What was that for? It was like, hey, we beat you last game. Let's pause it 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
I mean, it's what Team Human did. Maybe not around a similar time, but wow, there we go.
Well, they're learning. 13 last hits from Moon. Still, he's matching the Gyrocopter. He's doing a good job here.
Yeah, he is. This is... I mean, and I feel like as well, despite the fact that sort of some of the big plays from Fog got shut down, we saw the potential of the shake. Bottom lane, quick stun, and they found the opening again onto Cap. Cap caught out.
And it's tough to play support in these games, it looks like. I mean, with the tri-line there, they move around so much and they react perfectly. And they take turns last game. What is this? CM's now the one hitting creeps. It used to be Lich before. But they are. That was okay. They do waste a lot of smokes.
They use a lot of smokes. We are seeing this. I mean, we've tried to sort of theorize why this is. I mean, maybe we'll be able to speak to some of the OpenAI people later about it. But they do seem to just use smokes at very random points.
If I had to guess, I would say that it might be in her recommended item build, and therefore she buys it because she knows she's supposed to, and she's supposed to use items, and maybe she doesn't know to save it. I'm not sure, but she buys them for that reason. They don't always use them at the right times. Or maybe the supports wanted to go gank, and then they changed their mind halfway through or something, but CM was the one that happened to buy it. Something like that.
Well, there we go.
Oh.
It begins. Mine dropping the 95% here.
Cap going to start a pull. I think pulling seems to be really effective against the boss. They have no concept of it. This is like definitely the most abusive thing you can do in the safe lane. And if they can connect correctly as well, I also don't know if their opponents will react. The hard part, though, is that maybe that means they're just going to dive your cores, but pulling is so good if you manage it. Melini in trouble, though.
They do. They get the slide. They get the setup with the stun. Melini does have the Siphon. They'll look to try and turn. The car's thrown out by Capitalist, but there's the Hex. They've got the lockdown. They've got the control. Do they have the damage to bring down Melini? He starts to salve up. It's not going to save in those. OpenAI find one. They may even get another there, as already Lion was setting up onto Cap with the stun. The right clicks come in as OpenAI punish both of them for that pull attempt. Again, sort of seeing adaptations on what happened in Game 1. It feels like they're reacting to the way that Team Human played in Game 1.
The biggest difference here is they had an Observer Ward in this case. If you check that Observer Ward by the large camp, the one right in the middle of your screen there, that's going to spot the pulling going on. So that's why they moved over there to go for that kill, because they spotted their opponents. They move over, they get the kill, and then Team Human didn't cut their losses very well. They wasted 2 salves as well, trying to maybe edge out one less death. But if you look at how OpenAI does it, they always know their limits.
Oh! Mid lane. Bolt will get the kill onto the sniper, does fall to the tower. Able to set up, I mean, this mid lane, as we're seeing, 19 for 8 against 14 for 4. Now, Blitz is being set up to have a pretty nice start here on the Shadow Fiend.
It's going well for him, but he's not beating the sniper by a massive amount, is one of the negatives. He does have boots, though. That's a pretty nice advantage, at least. But still, safe lane mistakes in the safe lane.
Top lane Moon, he should have this kill. He's going to have Fisher back up. Oh, no, the salve! The salve that came out just in time.
That was not planned. That,
I mean,
that was just luck.
At least Fogged, he's got the cleanup. Fogged will come in and finish off that line. Same time in mid lane. Missile on his way out to Blitz as Gyro puts on the pressure down bottom as well, looking towards Melini, both the Lich and the Crystal Maiden. Diving in pretty deep here. He's got some stick charges and the Siphon. Is it enough to keep Melini alive? He'll pop the stick. The Lich continuing to dive in Fogged. Oh, sorry, Moon is coming in with the TP. Melini will be able to juke them. Fisher's going to be off the mark though, so Lich will get out of there, but he won't get the kill.
Yeah, Moon making the safe play there. If he is perfectly following Merlini there, he can prevent the death. Getting the kill there would have been kind of tough, but Moon does rotate. Picking up level 5 or level 6 now means that he can go for turning either of these fights around, but Gyro with the perfect timing.
Runs in and finishes off Ben Wu.
And Moon's in trouble now too.
Here's the homing missile, the Frostbite, and the cooldown will mean another for Gyro. Double kill picked up for the OpenAI Gyrocopter as he comes in just at the right time. Melini hanging around a little too long there on a little too low health, and it gets punished.
What we're seeing is these solo heroes that sit in their lane for a while, and then they get active, and they rotate to a lane that the enemy doesn't expect, and then they move around and make a big kill happen. And that's what we just saw there. And in the meantime, they take one of those supports that was having a bit of trouble getting levels, and then they take some levels. So they're just, if you make these rotations more successfully than your opponents, it just adds up to this big advantage.
Middle is missing. I think not.
As we can see, we're 7 minutes in again. This sort of similar start to what we saw in Game 1 of Team Human able to keep up very well in terms of overall net worth accumulated here, as we are going to see Team Human try for the smoke play. Moon and Capitalist on the move down bottom. And this game as well, Blitz is going to make very good timing on the Shadow Blade at this rate. He's got 1,300 gold on top of the boots and the Aquila. Didn't go for the treads this time round.
Kind of death pushing top a little bit though. 4 heroes up here. They do pop a self though, and they're in a good position to maybe swing into Lich, but it's kind of hard, and Lich is playing very safe in his positioning. It's so hard to get onto the tower.
I mean, Ben comes forward, but immediately gets blasted. Fogged is going to try and jump in with the counterplay. Instant Hexler comes out again from Lion. Holding Fog down, he will get the kill onto the Gyro, but now Cap's alone. TP will be coming in from Blitz. Lion trying to keep himself hidden in the tree line, as he will be able to TP away successfully.
So it looks like he actually is rushing Shadowblade this game. So rather than buying treads first, he just wants it as fast as possible. Fog going for a kill mid, gonna do some damage here. Nice cleanup, so close. Needed one more hit here. Once Ricky hits 6, his game is gonna be completely different. That's really what they're gonna need. Okay, and Dust as well. They're spending a lot of money on stuff that doesn't matter.
You see it. Fogged will start to back off. There's a missile and a CM chasing. There's going to be Blitz on the side. Tries with the raises. Doesn't quite catch out the CM. Crystal Maiden able to keep herself alive and starts to salve back up.
Instantly. Very healed. And they're going to go for the dive.
So aggressive here from OpenAI. Moving in onto Blitz. He's trying to keep himself a distance with the Shadow Amulet, but they're ready. They're prepared.
Did he recast that there? It felt like he was invisible, but they may keep diving though. Ben getting a nuke out. He's going to get homing missile though. It's kind of dangerous.
Cat's got the 1 charges, which will keep him safe enough. Cap coming in as well. Now with the point of the Vita Restoration, Fog tries to head forward, gets the silence out. He has been dusted, so we'll have to keep his distance. But OpenAI getting the space to push onto another tier 1. The Chain Frost bouncing out, the Assassinate onto Ben, as well as the stun from the tree line. OpenAI find Malini. The tower as well. As OpenAI's 5-man takes another successful play.
I mean, their heroes just aren't very good at fighting right now. It's kind of reminiscent of the last game, but it's just different positions. Like, a Witch Doctor has to land a cask at the right time, essentially. You can't just spam it out. Ricky needs a couple more levels to be effective. And Earthshaker's kind of the same position. He's got to get a bunch of levels, maybe a Blink Dagger before he feels better. Blitz getting ganked in the jungle, though.
They found him again. He'll go for the Shadow Amulet play. They don't see him.
He's abusing it.
And neither of the two of them have detection upon them, so
Yep,
we'll
none
be
of them
fine.
do. This is a great example of ways that you can abuse machine learning, basically. They have this gap of knowledge where you rush the Shadow Amulet, and every time you get ganked, you just go invis. And they haven't been super efficient on their detection usage. A lot of times it's wasted, or some of the time it's wasted, and as a result, he's able to evade that. But with that said, they still just rotate up here and take the tower, probably. So it's helpful, but it's not giving them everything they need.
We're seeing this time around sort of the overall net worth distribution looking a lot better for Team Human than it did in Game 1. Last time round, you sort of had Blitz at the top on his SF. This game round, 3rd highest on the board, it is Moon Meander's Shaker. So they have sort of these 2 strong cores that are sort of hitting the farm timings that they need to be able to deal with the speed and pace that OpenAI are playing at.
And Merlini's able to pick up level 6 as well. That'll be huge, because at least this way he has a skill that does a lot in a team fight. Last game it was just Plasma Field over and over again. That was all you could handle. But at least they're keeping it kind of close in gold. Capitalist does commit and continue a pull through, so those creeps will be denied. So less levels here for the OpenAI bots. But they're grouping now bottom to push. Gank coming top maybe on the gyro. He's blocking him. He's got level 6 too, but very hard to go on gyro with his drum being finished.
This tier 1 tower. Very hard to defend even in normal circumstances, and indeed they won't attempt to. Mumiant and Capitalist TP out straight away. They'll let OpenAI claim this little victory, as that will be the 3rd tier 1 tower here taken by OpenAI at the 11-minute mark.
And even before they get fully low on HP, they keep flying in salves and clears. Bison in a little bit of trouble, but Chainfrost not bouncing well.
He's going to walk into the cooldown stage. No, he keeps himself to the edge. Capitalist getting chased. Fog tries to come in with the silence. But already with the chase down, the move speed for the phase of the drums, OpenAI will find Cap.
Well, either way, that's still the 5 dying only. They do have a sentry down. They're going to spot Fog. They'll chase. It's going to be hard to grab them, though. He does end up staying alive, so. All right, Cap finishes his Tranquils this game. Good for him. That's got to feel good.
Middle is missing.
We don't see, that's one item actually that we do see it a little bit on the OpenAI bots, but not always. Tranquils is a great way to just take damage and then heal it back up for free. Goes a lot farther than healing selves. But the push continues bottom. Human's trying to set up top, maybe go for an initiation here.
See if they can get any sort of catch. As indeed at the moment, the Lich out alone for OpenAI.
They're actually just tanking towers with selves on the bot lane. They don't even care about their creep. Well, they keep one creep wave there, but...
What's up the Shadow Amulet? Do they have detection, the humans? That is the question.
They're learning.
It's not enough to save them, though. They find the kill. Quick finger, though, as the counterplay comes in from OpenAI. As they burst down Malini. 1-for-1 between the two of them, and OpenAI, of course, did manage to finish off that tier 2 tower bottom. Oh, Moon tries to TP out, but the stun's back online as well as the Hex from the Lion, holding Moon in place. He'll turn the Fissure, the paralyzing cast, Fog, in fact, jumping back in with the silence. He's got the tricks of the trade, and they'll get the kill. They'll take down the Lion. Arguably the peskiest hero that OpenAI have presented. He has been making a lot of plays, but now, finally, Team Human are able to kill him off.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling good about that one. Cap might be in trouble, though. They are still pursuing. He's going to drop the smoke cloud. That's about all he can do to help, but another smoke, and that was actually just the tower. The tower got him. That was an ulti on a creep just now. It was damn.
Easy fun.
I mean, that's why you got a clarity potion, right? So you can ulti that neutral. Well, I don't think they're too unhappy about how that fight went, though. I mean, they killed the level 10 hero on the Lich. That's going to help them catch up a little bit. Net worth-wise, things are looking a little bit iffy, but Blitz has got his item. Shadowblade is up. It's getting ganked, though. Do they have detection? They do not. So he's going going to be. He doesn't have his ulti yet either, so we're not going to get any easy kills here. But if he picks up a level from the next creep wave, maybe he can.
They are heading back towards him, though.
Yeah, he's too far away. Opted for Spell Amp. Doesn't have his ulti, and he's definitely having more mana problems, not having treads.
He's got to wait for that Shadow Blade to come back up. It's back up in
The
5
ward.
seconds. 2 seconds, and he can try and run his way out, but no. He's accepted his fate. The damage is too much. His Blitz will get caught out.
That is like the weirdest place to have Observer Ward at this point. With the enemy tier 2 is down, you don't usually ward defensively right in front of your tower, but man, it just got them a free kill.
And they got the line again up top. Humans got to move in. Playing Lion. The rest of OpenAI will see how they look to try and hold this tier 1 tower. They do have Lich in position. He has the Chain Frost ready. In fact, he throws it out straight away onto Moon. They've got to be careful with these bounces as they are bringing Moon down incredibly low, and Moon will get taken down by the Shrapnel. The bounces of Chain Frost too much. As now Team Human down a member. They'll have to back off from this push. Fogged goes for the TP out, will be fine, as the rest of them are able to escape. In fact, quickly, Team Human looking to make the counterplay. They know that the Gyro's alone. They've relocated themselves down bottom. Blitz with the raises. They've got the slow. They've got the kill. Quick play there from Team Human, reading the reactions of OpenAI.
Yeah, it was perfect. They spot all the enemy heroes top. They run at their heroes. They do get the Earthshaker kill, but grabbing the, it's like there's always a pattern. OpenAI takes 4, they go one place, and they always have one other hero. So as long as they keep ganking that one hero while the 4 push in a different location, it's going to completely change things up.
And look at this as well, Kevin. It's there technically. I mean, it's not quite showing yet, but they have a slight advantage in net worth.
Let's see it.
It got knocked a little bit. It was sitting at looks like a solid 100%, but it's now gone down to 98%.
Okay, well that's a good start at least. They've almost got Blink Dagger on Earthshaker. He's about 200 gold away. I don't know if it's going to be great in team fights, but we'll see.
Stop.
Let's just split pushing bottom, trying to play solo here. He's got a raindrop as well, but Gyro's just farming so well right now. He's doing.
Mid-lane. Just a bit of a harass there onto the CM, but Fogged is going to get turned around upon. They've got the sentry down, so they see him. He's got the tricks of trade. Is it actually going to be enough to keep him safe? That's the question. It looks like it
Nice
will.
play. Moon did the right thing there. He's got to run at his opponents to try to keep him alive. Maybe a fight.
Oh, that's silence of death for them. Can they find the least? They can't. They can with that. They get the Crypt Swarm out onto him. Cap still alive for now. He will fall as OpenAI drops the CM ultimate. They're trying to chase down Malini as well. Malini's going to be wrapped around upon by the sniper. In comes the headshot. Infused raindrop. Keeps him alive. Lion holds back on the stun, but they see him. The creeps will find him. Malini still falls.
Pretty good team fight though. Blitz not fully healed, but he's moving in, wanting to get a Requiem off. He's got 2 points in it now. So if he can cast this underneath somebody like Sniper or Gyro, they can absolutely win a fight. But he's got to get healed back up and prep. So I thought this game was looking far worse than the previous one, but the last like 6 minutes or so, the Invis-Abuse between the Shadow Fiend, Shadow Blade, and the Riki has been huge. It's been really impactful. That's really what's getting them back in the game. These little kills that that Fogged is picking up is making all the difference.
Oh, nice bit of dewarding there from Fogg. We'll be able to find the Observer Ward placed earlier as Lion quickly comes back in and says, hang on, jumps in the Echo! Moon, the combo, the slam, the 2! They got them there! Team Human!
You can't hex that one when you're silenced, buddy. Come on.
Look at that.
That's got to feel good.
Lion silent at the moment. As Moon ready to sort of get revenge for the beatdown that Fogg received.
Fogg's perfect positioning. Spotting the enemies here. They're chasing down Sniper.
Cars come out from Cap to the side. Fogg still chasing down this Sniper. Malini's going to be able to close the gap. Has he got the damage to bring him down? The Chain Frost bounces and the Chain Frost slow will hold back Team Human as they've lost 2. Ben actually popping the Ghost in, trying to fight back, but the burst is too much. OpenAI's Gyro gets the triple kill as only Fogged and Blitz are left alive and on the retreat.
It was a great chase, but yeah, just a couple more attacks there. They would have had the Sniper kill. Very close. So they're going to have to get healed back up instantly. OpenAI 5 goes all the way down the mid lane. The only hero that's not there is Lion, and he's actually on this way too. Dead heroes, they saw Exorcism get used. I think that might have been one of the reasons why.
Instantly looking to make a play in that large window they have. Fogged, slightly underneath a sentry there. Has to be careful. This may be another tower that Team Human will just have to let go to OpenAI without the Exorcism and without the Echo Slam. So these 2 big components especially that Echo, as we're seeing how important that can be and how big it can. It can sort of be in terms of achieving the chance to turn around these team fights and little engagements.
It was definitely big in that last engagement. Still pretty huge though. So I mean, the big ultimates that you have to watch for, I think Exorcism is good for pushing towers, not so much for team fighting, but look for Echoes, look for Requiem of Souls from the Shadow Fiend, and then once Ricky gets a Diffusal Blade, his ulti is going to be way more impactful. And he's working towards it. He finishes his first Blade of Alacrity right now. So about 2,000 gold later, he's going to probably be able to solo kill like Line or CM. So Observer Ward replaced in the same spot actually by OpenAI. We'll see if the humans notice that one. They've got the Blink Dagger ready. They're trying to do a bit of a push here.
Oh, the dust! Lion, he was prepared for that. He straight up just dusted Fog. Fog has got the tricks of the trade. He will manage to jump across, but the bounce chases him as Fog will fall. Cap getting blasted as well by the Assassinate. Instantly finding him there. I mean, they do have sentries around mid where Fog was hovering, so I guess Lion was prepared for Fog to move out that way.
I mean, that looked like a random dust to me. I'm moderately confused. That felt like he just pressed dust because he knew the Ricky would be here, kind of a thing. I know Ricky's probably here, and Fog has been doing a really good job placing his hero in the right spot at the right time. Like just looking to where the enemies might be. That way, his team can use that information to have better initiations. And that time, it didn't pay off.
Right, we're seeing that timing come around again, though. The ults are up for Team Human. They have that combo, they have that jump potential. We'll have to be careful around sort of these areas, as you said, with the Observer Ward being placed back in the same position, and also that Observer towards mid for OpenAI.
I mean, this game's already a huge improvement, right? We're 20 minutes in. We haven't seen any high ground actually happen yet. Obviously, these tier 2s are open, and there's the potential for them doing this. But the game is definitely progressed. We're very solidly in mid-game right now. That's what we're seeing. And here comes the high ground. I don't know if they're ready for this. Are they going to try to defend it? Looks like it.
Moon's TPing back. On the back of it, Fog's ready to go for the correct targets in terms of the silences.
They don't have any detection at all. Tower's going to fall, but...
And they've got to make a jump soon. When is it going to be? As they've lost Ben Wu. Moon, can he find the setup? He's keeping himself very well held back. The OpenAI dropping the 99% now upon Team Human. As they clean up this mid set of racks. Moon still holding back on that Echo Slam. He's looking for the perfect chance. He can't find it. Just goes in on the side, but instantly Hex. Moon taken down. They'll get the Requiem as well as the raises off, but Team Human, they've lost 3. They've lost 4. Blitz, he'll get taken down as well, as the racks will fall. And it looked like their Moon was playing very safe, didn't want to get anywhere close enough to it, but in doing so, he never jumped in.
Yeah, it was really hard to approach. I mean, it's nighttime, they can't see very well. I mean, Ricky did spot things out, and he had to go in at the same time as a smoke cloud, very similar to what they did that engagement top. But they were just disjointed. Merlini was already dead, actually. He bought out rather than have buyback money, unfortunately. Picked up a Staff of Wizardry, so with him dead, it's already a 4v5. Makes the initiation hard. And then from there, people get a little uneasy. They know that if they make a mistake, the team fight is lost, and that's basically what we saw there. We needed, like, Moon Meander had to go in at the same time as the Smoke Cloud and Requiem to follow up.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, and Fog's getting caught out there as he tried to go out on a little bit of a warding mission, but he's found. Still waiting for OpenAI to use his Midas. Come on. That Midas not being used to maximum efficiency. Mid lane, though, they're looking for kills instead as Moon jumped on and burst down. Moon Meander's gone. Capitalist trying to retreat. The paralyzing cast will hold back the line, so Cap is able to keep his distance. But still, I mean, maybe she brought it for the attack speed, Kevin.
I mean, she could just keep that Gloves of Haste and not spend the extra 1,600 gold if that was truly her goal here. Well, this looks kind of like it might be their last defense. But they're going to go in for sure. Here comes.
Right in.
Every time.
Ben just getting bursted down by them. Fogs will jump forward, but instantly disabled. Fog's gone as well.
Yep, they wanted to react to saving Merlini, but Merlini gets killed instantly. And the fight's just kind of over.
Can they go for a big play? They're going to have Requiem up in 5 seconds. They've got the Echo as well. There's the jump. They'll try. Have they got enough damage there between the two of them? They have, and that's going to be the Shaker gone. Blitz taken down as well. Everybody on OpenAI survives as they'll instantly smoke back off. They're ready to go for that top lane as the tier 2 does still stand, but now sitting confidently 9k advantage OpenAI as well as 2 sets of racks up.
So this is the point where their confidence is super justified. 2 racks up. at a 20-minute mark
It's
is
at a flat
a big
100
advantage.
now.
Is it? Oh, ugh. It's a really good advantage.
I'm
It's
amazed they've not
kinda
dropped
hard to
that one in
lose.
the org chat. You know, that's.
Yeah, you think that's when they? I mean,
when they
it's
go.
been 95 since the start of the game. So I mean, what's the difference really? 5%. So pushing continues. I mean, just kind of lost momentum and lost initiation possibility. They need to go in at the same time, but it's very difficult to find the right opportunity. Fog's sitting out in lane. He's in a good spot. He's got a sentry ward up. That way you can anticipate his hero's movements. Barriers continue. We've got a BKB as well on Gyro. Oh, it's really hard to win this fight. Sentries everywhere. They don't have that many souls on SF. This is really bad.
BKB just pops immediately here by the Gyros. Straight away looks to chase down Malini with that rocket barrage, pushing him all the way back to base. Just to get a fair bit of damage as he's down to half health, but they've already lost both Blitz and Fog. Assassinate out onto Cap. Will not quite finish him as he's fine. Give the silence, but Bellini, he's come back into this one, getting held in place by the Roost. Maloon Meander trying to jump in on the side, but a stun from Lion holds him down. OpenAI take 4 once again. GG is called, and game 2 will also go to OpenAI.
Well, they were definitely closer. It's just it always comes down to this small initiation moment when the first high ground comes. They delayed it even more this game. They're definitely getting better against the OpenAI 5, but they have to nail those initiations, and it's really difficult to do so. And this game, it felt like Merlini had a hero that also felt a little inadequate in some ways. Like, I think he had decent levels, he did some nice rotations, but I felt like we didn't feel any presence out of his ultimate, the GG calls. We didn't see any exorcism damage, and the way that the bots used Death Prophet when they did use it was keep it in a solo lane where there aren't 3 heroes, which Ben never got. He was constantly tri-lane, quad laned.
Yeah.
And then when he hits 6, then he starts moving around, getting kills, and pushing towers. But Ben was playing from behind in both games consistently. That was a typical thing that happened every single game for him. And if he's maybe, I don't know if it's better for him to pick a different hero that does function, but it kind of seems like the bots consistently play this like triple support thing. Like a Lich, a CM, and a Lion, basically. Something like that. Or other nukers. And then they just win one lane because they got sacrifice. And then they just rotate the other lanes as needed. And
it really seems as well, so the disabling from OpenAI is absolutely on point. We're not seeing any sort of stacking of stuns, slows, or debuffs. It's all very much just being maximized in terms of just keeping the Team Human held down for as long as they can. Between the sort of stuns, the hexes, the blasts.
And one gets out of position, and they all move forward and kill him.
Yeah.
Use all their nukes, the guy dies. Like, nukes are a huge deal for OpenAI here. Somebody's out of position, they have an Atos, the guy dies every time. And they're always behind, they can't defend themselves.
And it feels like they never sort of overkill an enemy. As soon as they feel like enough resources have been put on one member in terms of getting that kill and knowing that the rest of the team can follow through with right clicks, they use the rest of their abilities elsewhere, whereas in a lot of situations, even at sort of pro level, you sometimes see just everything thrown down if the importance is that high on getting a kill. Because of OpenAI being able to sort of just know that enough damage has been done, enough slow and control has been done for us to get that hero kill, they're just getting consistently not just 1 kill, 2, 3 out of every sort of fight.
So it's really hard to play against them. I think a really good thing going for them is that they all have couriers. You know, their playstyle is very much focused around trading hits, pushing constantly, using salves and things. If the couriers maybe aren't there, maybe it'll be different. But as it stands right here, they've got to figure out how the bots work and beat them.
Absolutely. Well, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a lot more excitement still to come here today. For now, though, we'll cut to a very brief break, and we'll be right back with a couple more members of OpenAI to have a chat to them about what we're seeing today. So welcome back, everybody. And indeed, I'm fortunate to have two beautiful members here from OpenAI, so we can sort of rack your brains a little bit about sort of the workings and what you guys have been involved in terms of the systems. Of course, would you like to introduce yourself to the beautiful people here and at home?
Absolutely. My name is Shrimon, and I'm from OpenAI.
My name is Saiho, and I'm also from OpenAI.
Okay. So in terms of, I mean, first of all, I've just got to ask you about the games that we've seen so far today. I want to know, is this what you guys were expecting? Are you impressed by Team Human's attempts, or what do you sort of feel out of these two games?
So this is something that we kind of expected, although there are so many possibilities. So usually, before this match, we have several tester teams. And usually what happens is that during the first game, humans are completely shocked. They don't know exactly what's happening. And during the second game, they start to experiment. And we saw Ricky in the second game, and Ricky did a lot of job. Earthshaker was moved from roaming to core position. And so sometimes second game can be extremely long. Sometimes second game can last 12 minutes, depending on how it goes.
And in terms of, Simon, what we were seeing, I mean, that in terms of the warding, I hear you're the man to talk to about that. Can you sort of explain why we're seeing what we're seeing? Because obviously we are sort of seeing a lot of wards being placed by OpenAI, sort of in similar areas. Obviously, it doesn't seem to hold them back. They're still getting the victories. But is this, I imagine, down to the fact that because we are seeing sort of 5 independent entities work their way through the game, or?
Actually, so it's a very interesting question. So typically for things like last hittings or the team fights, the metrics are very simple, right? So you can say more team fights, like survive all the team fights. More last hits, survive the team fights, and so on. But with warding, it's actually not so clear.
No.
How would you incentivize the correct behavior? Is it all the vision? Is it like all the kills happen under the ward? Or like what should we really incentivize? So we didn't know. And therefore, what we have done is we just gave the bots the ability to ward, and we just ran a scaled-up experiment, and we just started observing what's happening. And we still don't have, like, scientifically, like, we cannot say for sure that like our warding is improving, because there is no metric we know. But like we've been watching a lot of games, and we are sort of hopeful. That being said, there are many caveats to warding. So for example, we currently script ward buying.
Yeah.
So whenever you get wards, you will get a slot taken, right? So a bot might wish to free up that slot for a better item. So they might just do it by dropping a ward at the random location.
I see. Okay.
Right. So that would be one of the explanation of what you're seeing. Another explanation is that they haven't fully learned to use them. We don't really know, unfortunately.
And in terms of sort of in the gameplay sense of things, and the way that we're seeing OpenAI perform this, very much sort of oriented as sort of pulling together as a 4-man, 5-man, and just powering down lanes. I mean, have you seen anybody able to sort of force out a different behavior from OpenAI in a way that they're having to sort of play games that sort of go past the 25, 30-minute mark? Has that happened?
Usually, human team need a very good cooperation. That's what mostly happens within the game is that during the first 10 minutes, you have this kind of even situation, although we all know that bots are pretty sure about their chances right from the start. And then after 5 or 10 minutes, you get to the stage where you have those big team fights. And eventually, in one of the team fights, someone will not play perfectly. Some things can go really, really wrong. And when all of the lanes are pushed out, you lose your team fight on the high ground, you lose racks. And that's usually... So if you are able to do few defenses, the game can go very long. But it didn't happen.
No. And in terms of sort of the game length, I hear you're the man to talk to this about as well, Simon. Have we seen the OpenAI attempt to take Roshan? Have there been games where that happens? Are they do they have the capability of doing so, or is it for some reason they don't see the strength in it? It's not actually worth sort of the resources and time.
Absolutely. So yeah, we see them take Roshan a lot. Recently, a bot has improved quite a bit, so it's hard to make the game last long enough for them to consider it worthwhile.
Yeah.
But it definitely happens a lot. It happens like in the games of bot versus bot, which this happens almost every game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is actually an interesting story related to how we do Roshan, because if you think about it, if you want the bot to learn to take Rosh, how do you even make that happen? As in, to take Rosh, they all need to walk into the Rosh pit, they all need to like coordinate together, cast all their spells, and bring down that, starting 6,000 HP and growing over time. And how do you even like, how do they even discover that this is possible?
I mean,
right?
how do you?
Right?
How?
So the simple answer is that they don't. They wouldn't, right? Because it's just impossible to do this by chance. So what we did is we introduced a randomization where we randomized the starting Roshan health.
Okay.
So initially, so in the initial stages of training, they can sometimes stumble upon like 100 HP Rosh and then just one hit it and take the Aegis and learn, hey, this is really good.
Okay,
and
so you sort of taught it in that sense, like by showing it what sort of power Roshan can give you with the Aegis.
Yeah, exactly. And as you noticed, like sometimes during the games, the bots would kind of like peek into the rush pit, and we could hypothesize that they are checking, oh, is it maybe low health this time?
Because we did see that in some of the games today. It certainly seems to sort of still be a relic of, as you say, the behavior that they've learned.
Yeah. So maybe there was that. Maybe they were trying to coordinate, but yeah, that could be the artifact of the way we train it.
And again, in terms of sort of the overall gameplay, Saho, as you say, obviously the OpenAI, it plays against itself a lot. Have you got to see sort of late game gameplay? Like, have we had sort of hour-plus matches going on between the OpenAI?
Yeah, they get very weird. I don't think... Shimon, do you know the number of matches that go past 16 minutes? 60 minutes?
Yeah, there is quite few. Although quite a few approach that 60-minute mark.
I would imagine that it's 1%, probably less
than 1%.
But
it does happen. And you say, what kind of crazy stuff are we seeing? Like,
sometimes they really like to chill out.
Okay.
Like they really like to chill out. Especially, also because as we mentioned earlier, our item builds are fixed. It may happen that we are just running out of possible items to buy.
Sure.
So they get a lot of money and they have no idea what to do with all of the monies. And this gets sometimes even weirder. Then the creeps are getting very strong. They don't read guides online. They don't know what to expect. In a way, it's similar to Roshan. Like if you see those situations so rarely, you really have no idea what to do. And last thing is that when bots are losing by a lot and the enemy is not pushing, they also don't know what to do because our bots are very aggressive, as probably everyone noticed, and they're just used to that if they have only a single lane of rags, then probably the game is going to end in 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay. And in sort of those long games as well, do we see big fluctuations in the win probability between the two sides? Or is there normally one side that sort of stays as the very confident, dominant force?
Oh, it actually happens.
It does?
Yeah. So we saw a few games. We actually saw a game bot versus human where it was close to 90-95%. And then it jumped. I don't exactly remember the number, but it went below 80%.
Oh. That's quite a dip. We haven't seen that, Team Human able to do that.
Oh, hopefully we'll see.
Hopefully, because indeed, thank you very much, Simon and Samaho, for coming on and giving us some words about the games and about your input in OpenAI. We are going to have a third game, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to play it out, screw the sort of best of 3. Sure, it's 2-0 at the moment, but hey, we'll say if Team Human are able to take game 3, we'll say that they took the series. So don't go anywhere. We are going to have game 3 of OpenAI versus Team Human in just a few minutes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back as we prepare ourselves for a third game between OpenAI 5 and Team Human. Indeed, the score at the moment does stand 2-0 to OpenAI, but hey, why not have a third game? I think we all certainly would love to see Team Human have another shot at maybe getting a victory out of this.
Yeah, this is like one of those times with your friends where you lose both games and you're like, let's make it a best of 5 or something. Or you just keep it. Unfortunately, we're not.
Which
gonna
we
have time.
can't do.
We don't
wish
have that
we
much
could.
time, but as many games as possible, I think is gonna be fun to watch, and we got a really good treat for you guys this game.
We do. Indeed, we're going to be switching things up. That's right. OpenAI have said they're so confident in the way that their software and their machines are running that this time they're sort of going to handicap themselves a bit. You guys, that's right, you guys here, and also you guys and girls in Twitch chat are going to be able to decide the heroes that OpenAI plays. So when the draft starts, so people there, you're going to have to speak up. We're going to ask you to shout out some heroes when the draft begins that you want to see. And of course, if you're watching at home in Twitch chat, get your spam ready. Get ready to type into the chat. We're going to have Kevin checking the chat here. You'll directly be able to converse with Purge.
I mean, it really should be you, as you are the most famous chat reader while casting, right?
This is true. It is my area, indeed, the Twitch chat.
Expertise, yeah.
But we're going to be able to get, as I say, the hero picks from both the chat and from the people here. Of course, the players, Team Human, we're going to let them pick their own draft. So, they kind of need that bit of a chance against OpenAI, as it seems. But a lot of potential. And Kevin, I know it seems fun, but they've got to take this power seriously. What do you want them to
pick? How
do
they want to do it? I mean, it's up to you. You guys got 2 plays, right? You either pick the worst heroes, Necrophos, who's the other ones? Slark seems bad.
Seems very
underwhelming. A couple weak heroes. Or do you want the humans to lose the 3rd game?
Just pick the most dominating.
You could,
I mean, we've sort of seen that, though, it feels like.
But either way, it's an interesting choice. We were talking about it, okay? If you looked at the way that the OpenAI bots played their strat, it's very straightforward. They have pretty safe lanes. None of their matchups are massive losses. They sit this tri-lane. They pressure one of the enemy heroes that's pressurable. And then from there, what they do is then they just spam selves and push that advantage farther. That's what some of the humans were saying. So they might not be super far ahead, but they use those salves and that gold advantage to just have more regen and to stay on the map longer, getting more and more efficiency. So if you make them play heroes that don't fit that style, we just might see something completely different.
Absolutely.
Like, what do they do if they have a Slark? They got to protect him, right?
Exactly. Ideally, we want to see OpenAI forced out of its comfort zone. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have the draft. If you're in Twitch chat and if you're here, reminder, it has to be one of the heroes from this hero pool that you currently see on screen.
This is first pick for OpenAI 5.
We need a hero. Kevin, you check the chat. Have we got any shout-outs for the crowd? Any suggestions what we want to see OpenAI play?
I'm hearing a lot of Slark.
I'm hearing a lot of Slark.
I'm seeing a lot of Slark.
I'm
like a Slark. I think we have to go with Slark.
And the Twitch chat is overwhelmingly Slark, with certain variations on the spelling chat. Come on, it's not a hard word. But Slark, I think we've got to go with, and we have done so. First pick for OpenAI being the Slark. Let's see what the humans do.
I can't wait to see their confidence level. I think that's what I'm most excited about here. Will it be sub 50%, or are they just better?
As you said, that is the real challenge. When we're in the game, how much have we been able to knock OpenAI's confidence with the draft that we're going to be giving them? Here we go. So time being taken here by the humans as they look at what they want to grab. I mean, from the games that we've seen, Kevin, what heroes do you feel are absolutely top tier in this pool?
I think things like Crystal Maiden are solid. Lich seems to be really valued. So like Crystal Maiden, Lich, Gyro, Sniper, I believe are top 4 for probabilities. We have those turned off for now. Don't want to give the humans too much advantage, but those seem to be useful heroes. They're good at level 1. They have harass potential. They transition okay. They always have something ready to go. They have range damage. They can sit farther away from towers. There's not as much grouping. Like melee heroes, if they have a bad time, they're zoned. They have to put themselves in a dangerous position to even go aggressive. So they're going to go for a gyro first.
I like that. We've seen OpenAI use the gyro very, very well. So Team Human taking that hero away from them and taking it into their own hands. And it does seem to be, of course, in terms of Dotas we're used to see, not a popular hero. But in games that are sort of lasting 10 to 20 minutes, this hero is a fantastic brawler.
Yeah, and what's kind of interesting is that in the current meta, in the up-to-date right now meta in Dota 2, Gyro is actually out of the meta. He's not very popular. He doesn't do as well at level 1 generally, but in this patch he just seems really good, and he was very good at this point. Just coming off a very slight nerf to some of his talents, so it probably won't make a big difference. But laning stage-wise, he's got Rocket Barrage for lots of damage. He's got Flat Cannon for AoE. He's got Homing Missile to set up disables. And a lot of times, that seems like all you need. You just need that one disable to allow your other allies to follow up and guarantee kill.
All right, so Lich, the second pick here for humans. And now, of course, we do need another suggestion for what we want to see OpenAI play.
Are they coordinating? They're all saying the same
I'm
thing.
hearing a lot of axes. I mean,
What,
but we'll
really?
see what the
That's
chat.
like- I heard Sven. Are you
Oh,
kidding?
you hear it, Sven? I mean, I'm.
Can we get another round? Come on.
Oh, that's a lot. Oh.
Yeah, you're way off.
That's
right?
a lot of Sven.
what's
But
chat?
chat wants to go axe.
Ooh,
I mean, the
that's a hard
people here are scarier because they're near me. So we're going to go with the crowd here. We'll get the Sven.
Okay.
Oh, we could get both, actually. Do we want to stay with axe? Yeah. Okay. We could get the Twitch chats, but we'll get the axe in as well. We'll do both of them because we're feeling
It's going to be a very good 5 melee lineup, I think. Sven actually one of the heroes that really is hurt by recent buffs, actually. In the next 2 patches, he got some huge laning stage buffs. His Stormhammer is way less mana. His Cleave is better at level 1. His base damage is increased. Not right now, though. This is going to be Sven in the dumpster, more so to speak. So humans are up next.
So what do we got left? Let's show 'em. I mean,
Anything?
I mean, the Lion feels really good, or is that just because we're seeing OpenAI use it?
Lion
Is this
Lion
hero
is good if you need disable. I think it's good this game because of Slark. I mean, you can hex him. That's going to go through and prevent even his dark pack from debuffing it. But do you need that when there's other options? Like Lion is weaker as a laner than a CM is, for example. CM does more damage, gives everybody on the team mana. That feels more useful to me. But Lion in the mid and late game far better against a hero like against Slark. But again, we're playing something different. We're playing OpenAI 5, and the meta is different. My general viewpoint right now is that nukes are better right now. So I would say that CM seems better than Lion to me.
Okay.
But Lion's not bad.
Yeah. And I don't know if they're listening to you yet, but they seem to be on the very much the same level. They do get the Lion in. They will be able to grab it here, Team Human, and we'll see now what they want to claim as the 4th pick
What do you
to
think?
match up with it.
They got 2 supports right now. They got 1 core. They got lots of places to go.
I do feel, even though the Death Prophet didn't have a good time last game, I mean, I sort of have to go with what I saw OpenAI play well. The Death Prophet or the Sniper, I feel.
That's a really good point. Death Prophet would be good just because Spirit Siphon works better against heroes that are close to you. It's all melees,
Yes.
all heroes with high HP.
Yes.
Razor could work really well also. What better way to win a 1v1? This is where Razor's supposed to do well, is you just sap damage from your opponent. If they can get Razor in a true 1v1, that's an abusive matchup. Well, that said, if he has to be against a tri-lane, that might not be good either. But it's 3 melees, right?
It is. You want to try and punish that somehow, and Razor could very well be the hero. But they'll go with the Death Prophet.
Okay.
So
safer.
Absolutely, and we've seen this hero have success in the OpenAI hands. But now we're back to OpenAI, the 4th pick. Any suggestions? Quap. I'm hearing a lot of quaps.
You guys picking 5 cores? That's what's happening.
I mean, I like the 5 cores.
You guys gimping the show match
So what
here?
have we got? The chat. A lot of people in the chat saying Ricky. We got Ricky and Quap sort of split between the 2. We have got 2. Should we just grab those 2 as the final 2? We got Ricky and Quap. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Right, we'll get Ricky and Quap in. There we go. Everybody's happy.
What a lineup.
What a lineup. So I guess the Ricky can sort of fall back and play as the support. You then you have 4 cores.
Yes, he will be playing as support. He's going to want to probably harass and zone Lion and Lich, most likely. And I think Axe is potentially pretty good this game. Can cut creep waves. He's got AoE wave clear. Slark is a terrible hero. I don't think he's going to work out very well. And I think Quap needs items before she comes online. Like, she can use Dagger to harass a lot. I think that is one really good thing about her hero. And maybe she'll use Blink in a lot of interesting ways, too. But getting up to, like, Scream of Pain, that takes a lot of levels. And if you're behind, that can be hard to do sometimes. So I'm not sold on Quap being good either.
I mean, overall, how much do you think we've sort of hindered OpenAI here? How bad is this line?
Oh, it's bad.
It's bad.
It's bad. Sven takes items to snowball. Maybe he's going to play. Maybe it's support Sven. That could actually be the genuine way to do it. But either way, still a lot of melee heroes. Yeah. A lot of heroes that need some items to come online to be useful. A lot of those, actually. And on the other side, they have lane advantage. They have matchup advantages that look okay. If OpenAI put like Quap mid against Death Prophet, then their other lanes suffer more. So there's a lot of hard decisions to make here.
Well, we'll see what Team Human want to grab as their 5th and final pick. Still looking for that 3rd core hero. Most likely to be Moon's hero on the off lane. Shaker is still there, and with all the melee heroes, Shaker could still be nice, right?
And they go for
But they go with the
again.
Necrophos. We saw him bring that out in another game. And, oh.
Ooh.
Wait,
Oh.
so that,
Yes.
OpenAI says there's a 2.9% chance that OpenAI is going to win.
Yeah, they think
Wow, they're scared.
Let's draft
That
it.
is, I mean, well
Really
done,
bad.
everybody. You guys have done it here.
And look at those
you guys
numbers.
and girls have
Look at
done
the
it.
numbers across the bat. Up top. Opening Slark, they think they're already behind, 32%. Then it's a Sven, 26, down to Axe, it's over, 13%, very low chance.
So I think we've angered OpenAI.
Yes,
quite
Ricky,
a bit
Ricky
here.
was good. That was technically a good pick. But Quap even lower. That was maybe one of the worst things. If they put like a CM there, the game is different. Maybe 30%, I'm guessing. But Quap was a good way to
I mean,
make this hard.
2.9%. I didn't even know they had the capability to go that low on the numbers. We've been seeing sort of like 80s plus, 90% plus from the start of it. It's going to be very interesting to see sort of how the win probability in game develops.
So if you look at what they do well, it's grouping and pushing and taking that advantage and pushing it farther. It's entirely possible that the way that they machine learned, they developed this strategy, and they're like, this strategy is by far the best. And with the current pool of heroes, it seems like they have that figured out. And if they're forced out of that comfort zone, this is going to be the years and years of games that were just painfully bad to watch. This could be one of those, one of those small data points.
Because I imagine in terms of as we say, the years and years that the OpenAI has played, they probably not played this line.
They have played this lineup, probably.
Oh, I guess in terms of the maths,
They played a
they
lot
probably
of
have played this
They
lineup.
played all of these heroes.
They probably
for
lost
years
the
and
game
years.
when they played
Yes.
this lineup. Hence the 2.9%.
That's where that data point is from.
Yeah.
They've played this matchup before.
They're
They
like,
know
"This
what
is
the
bad."
winner. It's not good. They know that.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a spectacle for us to end on here in terms of the matches. Game 3 between OpenAI and Team Human. And we have quite the lineup indeed from OpenAI turning up to the fray. We have Axe, Sven, Slark, Queen of Pain, and Ricky. And at the moment, Ricky's heading solo top, and they're looking to do sort of some quad core bottom lane.
So it looks semi-standard for the meta of this time period. I mean, Necrophos mid was not really done in this lineup, but I mean, Gyro in the safe lane with a line, that looks pretty solid. Lich with a Death Prophet dual lane, this was actually super standard in the meta at the time.
So worth noting as well, a bit of a sort of a change up in terms of what we may have expected from Team Human. I'm going to have Moomy take the DP here, as you say, to the sideline and Blitz and Deep. We'll be playing that Necrophos.
Oh, do you want to take a quick look at the Axe's items for me?
Oh, it's the old school.
The double stout shield.
That's the way you used to do it, wasn't it, back in the day?
It was. You
Yeah.
got to block that damage, right? That's what they think is the way to go. Maybe he'll get level 2 and then start creep cutting or something. I'm not sure.
And the question is, are we going to see much jungling kick off? With all the cores, there's only there's finite resources on the map. Once those creeps start to spawn, we may see some heavier usage and utilization of the neutrals by OpenAI, but we'll see how this goes, because at the moment they are keeping very much solid. They still want to play sort of in the same style, aggressive.
That's what it seems like.
They've got 4 heroes down here, and not 4 that you'd expect to be down here together either.
All right, Merlini's like, two games is enough. I'm lane swapping. I refuse to lane versus a quad lane. Looks like Fog is going to stick around, though, and that's going to...
Oh, look at this. They're going to get first blood. OpenAI's in, and they've got it. The BM smoke as well. OpenAI.
That was cool. So one cool thing they did there is that 3 heroes up in front were the ones that weren't very threatening, and then the Sven waited behind, ready to land the stun. So when he was the unexpected hero to run, and that's really what changed everything. But in the meantime, while they're chasing Moon Meander here, look at this. Fog is going to get full experience from this creep wave. This is actually not bad for them if they can get a couple levels. But the hard thing is there's a whole nother creep wave now. Now they know Fog is here.
Ready? The Slark looking to set up with the pounce, buying time for the rest of the team to come through. They've got the Battle Hunger down upon him. Well, looks like the Sven can't quite close the gap for the stun, so Moomiander will be fine.
And he's just tanking the creeps, the double stout shield. They really want that moon kill, that's really true. But they're just sitting here killing creep waves. But in the meantime, look at this. Fog has almost got level 3 now. This was actually really beneficial. But this is what they have to do. This is what they learned. This is the best thing they can do with this lineup, is to do this like quad lane cut the creeps.
I'm going to turn towards Vogt again. They want to put a stop to, as you say, him sapping up the XP and farm hit. They'll find the stun, but Vogt able to keep himself actually the right side of the creeps. So they can't quite get around. They will find a route through the jungle, and they do have eyes on Vogt. He'll turn again with the 2-man stun, but he has been surrounded, as OpenAI should be able to bring down him once
Did he get 3?
again.
Almost gets level 3 before his death. And the nice thing about this is that running in the trees was actually really helpful. When the stun hit, there was a melee creep blocking the way, so they couldn't even dive after him. He can actually just stand there, and like if there's only one pathway, it takes him way longer to get these kills. In the previous matches, that dive would have been instant. That guy would die with right clicks. Completely different game so far.
And interesting as well, we've seen sort of the Ricky from OpenAI. It's moved a bit between the middle and the top lane. He's come back towards mid where he's sort of settled upon. This does mean, of course, the top lane entirely free for Merlini and Capitalist. They are now going to move. As Merlini, he's got that level 2, he's nearing level 3. He now wants to maybe try and get involved in the fights and punish these low-level OpenAI heroes. They find the stun, Rocket Barrage onto the Axe. Merlini with the rotation will find one, but they're losing Moon. Moon getting jumped upon. He is going to fall as they'll get the final right-click in. Fog finds the Hex onto the Slark. Ben Wu continues to chase down another. They'll find the Quap. Cap gets surrounded. Ben a little low on mana. He does still have a Mango to pop, and he'll look to chase down the Sven. Pops the Mango. Rocket Barrage back up in a second. He's ready to go for another round as Ben finds the triple kill. With that rotation, they also get the Ricky. It's Team
Really nice
Human.
move. Cap there, man fought the Ricky and popped a salve in between. It ended up being interrupted, but it bought him enough time for Fog to secure that kill. So really good trade so far. I mean, they're playing against terrible heroes, but man, they're taking it, keeping it even at least.
And we're seeing sort of, yeah, the sort of the lanes sort of change up now. OpenAI feel the aggressiveness not really working out this time round. As we'll see them, they'll change sort of their focus as they head up towards top. Ricky joining forces with Axe. They are looking for a bit of a wraparound, a aggressive blinking as they find the setup there with the smoke. OpenAI get one pick off onto Moon. And the Capitalist left alone. They'll surround him in the tree line. He's got the Frost Armor, still ticking down to the Battle Hunger as they'll block him in and will find a second kill for the Quap. Fog, gets stunned, and that's going to give the chance for the Quap to blink out as now Fog, he's going to feed as well, as that'll be 3 heroes going down by the humans on this top lane. Not even going for the right click there, knowing that he'll die to the Battle Hunger.
All right, they're making it work here. Axe is going to tank the creep wave. They're doing fine there. Blitz also cutting creep wave in the mid lane. This is something they were a little curious how the bots would react to this. So far,
look at that as well. Instant TP out from the Sven. As soon as he sees Ben TP into the lane on the gyro, he's out of there.
but he cuts the creep wave. He's going to off heal up at least part of the damage that he took. And now Slark is forced to tank under the tower. But this guy's actually doing okay. He's 1-0-2 as a quad lane Slark. That's not bad. I almost wonder if he should be contesting the last hits a little bit more, because Slark is basically just getting free farm under the tower. Yes, Blitz can cut it, but he's got a stout shield, so he's offsetting all the damage.
He's getting a chance to catch up as well in that experience. After they had sort of the slow start, of course, in XP, despite, just due to the fact that they had such heavy numbers of their team down on the bottom lane, OpenAI. And catching up in experience. Going to see Runes, as Moon is able to take it away there from OpenAI.
They can maybe catch the Slark here, though. Don't want to.
With the Rocket Barrage, Silence is down, but Slark's gone.
Okay.
Another kill for Ben Wu.
He actually tried to salve there during Rocket Barrage, so bot's making a pretty critical mistake. So 100 gold left. He did a nice job pulling the creep wave, though. Pulling the creep wave left meant that they could hit the tower with that overwhelming hero advantage. So it does seem like they have some things that they can do if they don't have the right hero matchups. Commander a little in trouble bottom.
Straight up stun. A nice reaction though from Fog. Actually getting the setup on back onto the two of them, but there's the jump in from Slark. Finds the kill. Seven will go down. So they'll find the 1-for-1 trade.
The Quap's actually maxing Shadow Strike. It's a pretty good nuke. Just throwing it in at the right time. Interesting so far. This tower's almost dead though. If they get the deny, I think that would be huge.
It's deniable at the moment.
Okay, they're going to be able to get it. Alright, that's big. 2k gold advantage for the humans right now.
I want to check out the win probability. What are we seeing this time around? We are still 90%. Did shoot up quite harshly as we can see after the 2.9% start off, but it's not 94. They are certainly accepting the fact that there is that slight lead at the moment for Team Human.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's mid lane. Team Human looking to take their first tier 1 tower.
Ben Wu griefing Blitz by preventing him from getting the last hit there. The Battle Hunger active, but they're going to take their tower. It's been a while since I saw the humans take a tower, guys. That's a good accomplishment.
Bottom lane though, Cap. We'll find him. Snark and the Queen of Pain. They need to come in, not quite having the 6 yet, of course. He's level 5.5.
He knows what to say. That'll get under the skin for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under
So it
attack.
does look like the Sven is farming this game. He's picked up Boots of Speed, looking like he's going to head for Treads. He's maxing out Cleave second. He's having fun with that. There are so many sentries around here. And they're going to go for Blitz.
we go. Got the Ghost Shroud will get called. Still Ghost Shroud keeping him safe at the moment. Fog coming in with the wraparound. Whiffs the stun though. Doesn't catch anyone. It looks like it's enough to sort of push them back from Blitz. Blitz will be fine. Get the blast onto the Sven. He'll get one more stun out. Has been Hex. The tower beating down into him. Is there any way he can survive? There is not. They'll get the Sven. Punish that overextension there from OpenAI. Drop a sentry down there. Sentry placement from Cap. Will set up onto the Riki, but he goes for the TP out. Is he actually going to make it? He is. OpenAI there with the straight Riki TP. As he is straight out of there.
So things are working out pretty good for the humans, but it's not going super well. I mean, the win probability is going better. I mean, Moon Meander is really shut down. He's like the one hero that's getting it this game. But good levels on the humans as a whole. Level 8 on Blitz. He's queuing up a Radiance, actually. Interesting item pick. It's not an unusual item for Necro in the first place. He's up against a lot of melee heroes, so he should be able to stand near his enemies and do a lot of damage. I think this is the right pickup. I'm also not sure if the bots had any experience playing against Radiance Necro themselves, so we could see something wacky here if the guides that they were based on didn't quite have every item in situational. We'll Smoke Cloud to slow things down for the Riki.
Bottom is missing.
See the axe. Should be fine.
He just did that for movement speed, essentially. It was a good usage. They're still cutting creep waves really well. Sven pop on ulti.
Just looking to speed up the push as much as he can at the moment.
I mean, this is basically what they need to do. If they can't take a fight, what they need to do is split push, and they're doing that really efficiently. Sven, in some ways, is kind of working out here. Ooh, damn. Mistake here.
Yeah, Fog tried to set up with the stun, but he immediately gets turned upon. He does have the stick charges, but the calls there from OpenAI on the axe. Have they got quite enough? They do. They'll bring down Fogs. Quick sound from the axe will keep himself safe from the tower hits as he's out of there, and that's 9 minutes in. OpenAI taking another tier 1 tower and a kill.
Moon's still being pressured. Slark's getting ahead here. But if he picks up level 6 and he starts rotating around with these pushes, it should be good for the humans. But he's the one that needs to stabilize a bit. I mean, there's a big timing window coming up, basically. Before Radiance is finished on Necrophos, this hero was far worse. But once he finishes it, the game kind of changes in a big way, because he can stand in the middle of his enemy team, and if he just stays alive, over the course of maybe 10 seconds of the team fight, you're going to see enemy heroes dying really quickly. So the humans just need to kind of keep this even for the next like 5 to 10 minutes until the Radiance is up, and then they should be able to win team fights convincingly. Bounty runes are up. It's going to go better for the bots. So.
And they're going to be able to get 3 of them. Most of it. Bottom 2 claimed, and the top one. Iraqi now sitting at that level 6 as well. Tricks the tray ready. Ready to see as well. I'm going to be interested to see how well the Queen of Pain utilizes the Sonic Wave, because this way it has a very long cooldown. Yeah, and it can be whiffed. Bottom lane. Diving in onto Moon. TP's coming in from Team Human. Is it going to be in time to save him? He got a Siphon out. He's still alive for now. The stun, but it won't save him. The final world gets the kill, and the BM is there from Axe. The finger from Fog finds the return play onto Slark. Sven TPing out just in time underneath the tower, and so will the Axe. Gets away. It's another 1-for-1 trade.
Ultimately, not terrible, I guess. Pretty even on both sides. Not much to talk about there. I mean, technically it's a support for core. I guess it's core for core. Death Prophet died. But Slark did finish his follow-up items. He's got the Aquila finish.
See the co-op coming down towards the top lane. He does now have that Sonic Wave.
That was really fast.
So we'll see how they want to play this. They start to compact in around the tower. In they go, looking for the setup. There's the perfect angle onto the 2. Bursts the Sonic Wave, catches both of them. The Chain Frost will come out in response. Capitalist still alive for now as the stump from Fog and the Reaper Scythe will put an end to the Queen of Pain's life, as that is her gone for 40 seconds. OpenAI moving in onto Fog, pounds forward from the Slark. He's relatively low. The Shrine going to keep Cap alive against the Battle Hunger damage over time, as OpenAI will lose a second.
You know, this is Cap's 3rd game, basically being the 5 position support, being pressured and having to run for his life on the sliver of HP. He's gotten really good at it. That was expert. Got his opponents to spend a lot of time chasing him. Gets the Shrine used. Have we even seen that much Shrine usage by the bots? I see that one has been used bottom just now.
Oh, I guess
they're using it.
They did use it then.
They're not. It doesn't seem. I feel like we haven't seen them use that well for team fights. Maybe that's just because the humans haven't crossed the river that often, but maybe something the humans are doing a bit better. Oh, Relic's almost up too. Last hit here for Blitz, and that'll be his Relic.
Okay.
Timer's coming up.
It really is. Again, just a quick update. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's look towards mid. They do have a sentry down. I know the rookie's here, but two of them not quite enough capture control, and Slark is here as well. Team Human, do they want to try and take this? That is the question. There they go. The hex setup. Stun as well from Fog. Catches the both of them. Ricky falling low, and he's falling down. They'll claim one. Slark able to pounce his way up to the high ground. Does still have Shadow Dance available if they do chase. Malini, phase, drums now complete. So hitting that good early power spike.
They're definitely going for Blitz here. Great rotation from the Slark, changing targets here. Blitz got to be careful.
He's holding onto the Ghost Shroud. Stick charges will have a Death Pulse as well. Fogged and Malini are here, and in fact, Slark knows he's got to back off. He pops the Shadow Dance and he pounces away. Cannot chase for the kill, but they get the space needed to claim that third tier 1 tower.
He did that so well. It's very easy to see from top down, but Slark almost dies. He goes the right way to stay alive, and then he's like, oh, there's this guy top that's at 40% HP. I'll just come from behind, get initiation. If I catch him, he dies. And then they get the tower anyways, even though he didn't get killed in that moment. It was a really good way to spend his time. And in the meantime, what is Sven doing? Just auto-pushing a lane. Cap is trying to slow this down, but it's getting a little scary here. He's got mana, but he's scared to get close.
I mean, he's... Whoa! So favoring taking the tower over his own life there.
I mean...
He fully committed. I mean, he got the tower, so I guess, you know, OpenAI would say that was a success. It cost him his life, so very interesting to see him just willingly give up his life to take that tower.
Yeah, that was something else. Blitz saving Moon big time there. That was really close.
Oh! The Sonic Wave into the trees getting Moon before he TP's out. They will kill him off, though. Oh, this one's certainly heating up this game 3.
Yeah, it really is. So either way, the tower still dies bottom, which is important for the bots. They know that's valuable.
Absolutely, in sort of the greater scale, it's very easy to see why OpenAI would value taking a tier 2 at 14 minutes compared to just keeping their Sven alive.
Slark is doing this so well. Just cutting creep waves, running away. They want to push the tower, so he knows that if he just drags the creeps, they have to go with the creeps. Otherwise, it's harder for them to take the tower.
Smart.
With that said, if they learned something from the bots here and brought salves, they would just tank the tower and kill it. But they don't have the same regen. The bots are being so efficient with their farming, and this is really cool to see.
Oh, he's trying to have a bit of a punch at them here, the Slark. He's popped the Shadow Dance. I mean, I don't know if he can take these guys on his own. He does have the Sven with it.
Yeah, being chased here.
They've got the stun, but they'll keep themselves held back, OpenAI. Not wanting to extend too far. As in fact, indeed, top lane. The three of them will catch them. Bottom lane, they do find the Hex. Here we go, Team Human closing in on the Sven. Homing missile, holding him down underneath the cooldown. Ben gets in place with the magical damage. They will burst the Sven down.
That's a huge kill. The kill on Blitz is really big too. He's very close to his Radiance, but not quite finished yet. But they will be able to get some space-controlled mid lane. Quap's skill build is what we should expect here. Looks like she's going to be picking up an Orchid eventually, but she maxed out Scream of Pain. Everybody on the Dire side has just been doing a great job being efficient, just constantly getting farm, pushing waves, and offsetting the overall tower and lane advantage that the Radiant team has. It doesn't look like they have a terrible... Like, the position of the game right now is kind of crazy considering what heroes they started with. This is like a Slark quad lane, and they're actually matching their opponents. It's insane.
Let's see if they get the Slark this time. Can he play his way out of this one? How's he going to do it? He's into the trees. 3 heroes on the hunt for him. Goes straight for the Shadow Dance. Starts to beat into Cap, but it looks like surely there's no escape for OpenAI. Pops the pounce. The stun will find him, and they will get the kill. They get the wraparound. They're able to find the Slark.
This is starting to feel like fishing. Like, you walk up to him. He knows that, oh, I can't lane against this guy. He'll kill me. So
Immediately moving in. They put the God Strength, but he's more set on hitting the creeps than hitting the heroes. Won't head forward, the Sven. That will mean Blitz is able to survive.
Okay, so he stays alive. So as soon as the Slark sees that his opponent is better than him, he just starts running towards the enemy base to cut the creep wave, basically. And if they do that and set up a trap, they can just constantly pull him into the mouth of the whale, basically.
I do have that sentry down here upon him, but couldn't quite get the finger off in time.
He was casting that. But no dust just yet.
Axe versus Moon on the Death Prophet. Does have backup coming in as Slark is heading down here. They've got the bait. He goes for the call. He just goes for the straight TP out. As soon as he sees that the Jar is here as well, he's out of there. Baits the Slark in a little bit, but Slark, of course, able to be fine. Keeps himself away. They can't quite get the jump on him, but this is going to be another tier 1 tower taken by Team Human.
That was a good one, too. I mean, Blitz has got Treads finished now. He's really high in stat levels. If he gets a tanky item or two and doesn't get bursted at the start of the fights, he's absolutely going to be able to carry for his team. And Gyro's not doing bad either.
Have a quick look at their confidence levels, and it is, you know, it got shaken up quite a bit here as we saw it duck to around the 80% mark by the looks of it.
The percentage confidence level just seems so draft based. Like, they're able to keep the gold and experience so close, but they still know that they have a big disadvantage, which is very interesting to me. Like, looking at how they played so far, I would normally say like they have a crappy draft and they're keeping it even. That seems like they have a good chance to win, maybe. Oh, Hacks blink it away just in time. Very hard for them to catch heroes, but Moon is queuing up a Yule Scepter. He will be able to catch his opponents with that.
Does get eyes here onto the Sven. They can find him. He's duking out the stuns, but the Hex will still get him. They surround him. They've got the Reaper side. Bam! Sven's out of the game for 64 seconds.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Then with the pushing again, they'll just back up and hold that off. So it just seems like they're outmaneuvering their opponents. That's most likely because their opponents can't actually stabilize and feel comfortable winning these fights. And it's not going to get any better here, because Blitz is going to catapult ahead now that he has Radiance. He needed to be pressured by the enemy team before he finishes, and he got killed once, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here. Slark might get caught too.
Actually, interesting use of the Shadow Dance there. Just pop it. Oh, doesn't make it away there. Tries to abuse sort of the push in there from jumping off the map, but they will still find him with that Hex. They get the Slark once again.
Man, I just want to go like 100 years back in Slark playing games to find all the squirrely times he moved to that spot and tried to leap and just ended up in a terrible position, because he's really good at this. Like, it's almost working.
We see with the Invis, they weren't quite able to find an opportunity to make a play. OpenAI. It has now expired, but Sonic Wave still there for the Queen of Pain.
Oh, and look at this. Sven's actually jungling right now. They're spreading out the map so well. The heroes that are a little bit safer in the lane will take the creep waves. Sven's getting AFK jungle. Looks very reminiscent of what we see from a typical Sven game. And they're actually grouping up a little bit here.
Fog did find Axe, but the jump in from the Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave. It's not going to be enough damage there. Fog with the finger actually finishing off the Axe. Ricky jumps in with the silence, the tricks of the trade, but humans, they've already found both of the kills. They've got the sentry down, stun to follow up. Team Human take all three. Baiting them in there, the Lion. Fog trying to go at it out the Axe. Queen of Pain jumps in aggressively, and it's a mistake too far from OpenAI.
He didn't even have trouble staying alive in that engagement. It was pretty straightforward for Lion, but I guess they really felt like it was important to save Axe. Kind of reminiscent of the previous matches that humans played.
See down bottom, Slark getting very close to having that Shadow Blade online.
Yeah, we'll see how he uses it compared to the humans.
Yeah, see if he does sort of really start to prioritize finding pickoffs over the farm once he has that core item. Bottom, Moon trying to start something, but Slark ready to pounce back. He's got the backup of the Queen of Pain. Moon is going to pop the Ghost, and that will force Queen of Pain to blink away. Slark's still alive for now.
I think they might have stayed if he didn't press his ulti, but now he's pressed his ulti. I think they're happy with that either way.
Top lane, Sven caught out again, was pushing out. Team Human do find him alone, making these sort of plays where they're able to outnumber the OpenAI.
We dodges the
mouse. In fact, Moon, he's going to be able to take the one. Can he find the Queen of Pain as well? He can. He will die, but he brings them both down with him.
He's got to feel good about that. 2 kills before he goes down. He gets all the experience. He gets tons of gold from his opponents, and his opponents just get gold for Queen of Pain. Really worth it. Fog catches X in the jungle, though. It's really fast hero at the moment, though.
Dire's top
Should be more than fine to make it out of there. Top lane Blitz was actually aggressively jungling, feeling very strong now with that plate mail as well. Got a lot of sustainability, and we're going to see Team Human try for the smoke play. Was this ward down around it? So we'll see how well they know. They are going to be able to immediately drop that sentry there. Smart play from the humans. As soon as that smoke was dispelled, they were ready to catch the Ricky. Now look towards Slark. Slark getting the Shadow Dance off in time. Pounces away from the cooldown. Still a homing missile inbound. Upon his head, he has got the Shadow Amulet. He's trying to use it to safely move away, but a sentry is placed down. They'll continue to chase. Can he keep himself alive with the Shadow Amulet? He cannot. Another sentry placed by Team Human. And below 1%. That's pretty low, Kevin.
That's really low. I mean, it's really hard to win at this point. They would basically have to, I don't know, use their heroes to gank, but I don't know if they know how to gank very well so far. They know how to like move from lane to lane, but
They're crumbling.
they have to protect their opponent's player patterns basically, and be there with the right heroes to make that happen. And heroes they can use are Axe. Axe is super good at that. He's got a blink, he's got a blade mail. He needs to find some of these heroes, and they need to jump on him with Axe and get some damage follow-up.
I have to bet this could be some sort of next level mind games though from OpenAI. We've seen it in pubs, you know, someone has a bad lane, they call GG, we're not going to defend, but then they do, they go all out. And I think that's what we could be seeing here. You know, OpenAI is going to step it up to another level. But until that point, this Sven's going to continue to die as he's caught out another Reaper Scythe kill from Blitz. Will knock Sven out of the game for 70 seconds.
Like, it seems like they don't know how to stabilize at this point. They're kind of running at heroes to go for kills, but they're not. Their ability to group and smoke and then do a coordinated gank seems a little weak. Like, they're kind of looking like they're doing it right now. They're heroes, and they've got items coming out, but this is all salves and TPs.
And they will find Fog straight away with that Orchid pickup from the Queen of Pain. They have the silence required to allow the rest of the team to close in and get the kill.
So that was ward base that they spotted that hero. It seems like they have to know, it kind of seems like they have to visualize their hero to know when to go for those.
They go in aggressively, but the call and pounce will not hit. So Ben can keep his distance. In fact, he's starting to turn things around. The Sonic Wave comes out for the Queen of Pain, but she's getting blasted by their Lich. She just blink out to the side, but Moon's there with the right clicks. As OpenAI overextending. See if Slark can get out. He should be okay, just to have the pounce. And Moon and Cap not quite enough to control to hold him down, but now an 11k advantage for Team Human here in this game 3.
They got some kills out of it, but not that many. It's still no Shadowblade on Slark. Like, he's, I would say, as close as he was to Shadowblade this whole time, he's not really spent his time on what I think he should have, which I feel like he should have just done some AFK farming until he's got Shadowblade finished, period. But he's kind of... He's being pressured out of lane consistently. He shows up to a lane, and instantly the humans just go there and make him leave.
I mean, let's see how he reacts to this. There's 3 heroes in his lane. He is going to show himself.
Like, a normal player would just hide in the trees and TP somewhere else. Be like, I can't farm there. Time to go farm somebody else. But they're actually just corralling him. I feel like this is kind of abuse of his logic here.
They've got him.
He knows he needs to stay there and split push. He's thinking about towers too much, I think. That's what it feels like. Like, their behavior feels so much like they're playing around the previous meta when they need to learn to play a different way.
Another kill for Malini. Finding the Riki there with the help of the sentry. Pain blinking away, they do get the call, but the Ghost Shroud was out in time. They do have Magical Burst. Doesn't actually get the Scream onto Blitz, so Blitz will be fine. Turns with the Reaper side, and with the Rocket Barrage chase down, they bring the Queen of Pain low. She immediately blinks, goes for the TP. She doesn't make it though. Bends in with a final touch. And at the moment, 4 sitting on the sidelines for OpenAI. So only the Sven alive as he continues to go for these God Strength split pushes.
He's got a TP or something. That's the only way he gets out here. Or he could just run to enemy fountain and die there. That works too.
He's trying to hide.
I mean, he's wasting too much time. He's bought so much, like, the homing missile is already there. If he TPs right away, he's fine. I think they're in unknown territory. Same thing happened. Look, Fogged, he's just corralling the Slark, put him in the trees, then he sits there because he doesn't feel safe. He should be TPing mid right now, push that creep wave, or TPing top bounty grid and farming the enemy jungle, or his jungle. But they're just always focused on creep waves. I think they're thinking a little bit too much about the pushing still.
Invisibility?
Jump in. Silence from Moon. Do have Fog coming in. He's looking to try and close the gap. Doesn't find the stun. Slark trying to stay hidden. As soon as he knows that he's been found, he'll pop the Shadow Dance. He's got the Dart Pack, but there's the Hex to follow up. As he's got the Shadow Amulet. That's actually, it's fooled them. But he's still taking damage here for the Ghost. But again, the Shadow Amulet. These two, they don't have detection. Fogged and Moon do not have detection, and he's safely surrounded by trees now.
Yep. He's
going to have to wait a little bit. TP's going to be back there in 15 seconds. Does continue to pounce and push himself further away from Team Human. But he should be fine here.
I don't even think this matters that much. I mean, as long as the other heroes are fairly efficient pushing the map. Oh, he's actually taking the damage now. He's trying to salve through it. It's not working. He's very confused.
He is.
But it ran out.
Okay, he's going to start to regen up again.
Maybe we should come back. Yeah, I mean, he brought himself a teleport.
Oh! And he's out! Oh, no, he's not! There's the jump. Fog's ready with the Hex. They've found the Slark. He's not getting home tonight.
See, they have a lot of experience finding heroes that are shadow emulated on the map from playing pubs. And we're really finding a lot of cracks now where they're doing bizarre things. Like, same thing. Slark gets in the Shreezer, TP away, go somewhere else. But instead he's just sticking around. He's spending salves when he shouldn't. Their playstyle, on paper, looks really abusable right now. I genuinely believe the humans are really close game 1 and game 2. Just they needed to win like maybe one more team fight, but they didn't quite get there.
Let's play there with the solid go. Oh, mid. Moon tries to go in, but immediately the counter player is there. They've got the call. He did get the Cypher now. Is it enough to keep him alive with the Yule Scepter? He's going to dodge the Sonic Wave. The Sonic Wave whiffed. He will still fall. But now the rest of Team Human coming in for the counter kills. They'll find one. Queen of Pain able to TP out. They do still have the Riki in the midst of this as well. They've got the slow from the Shiva's Guard. They're dropping the sentries. They've got the vision. 3 dead again on OpenAI.
So, still no Shadow Blade. Still buying Observer Wards. Still buying salves. They do not know how to play Slark. That is really clear. Like, ganking is a huge lacking in their knowledge right now.
And one thing, of course, I mean, obviously a lot of things we haven't been able to see today. We're going to see as well how they sort of utilize buybacking at a point in this game, aren't we, Kevin?
I suppose we will, yeah. I mean, they're not getting that many. They still have good levels because they're pushing lanes pretty well. Same thing, corralling the Slark. He really likes this place on the map.
Looking for this gank here onto the Queen of Pain. Team Human looking to set up. Oh, they're actually looking to try and fight themselves. Goes for the...
That was from Slark.
Yeah, Slark actually shadow amuleting his teammate, but again, Team Human playing on form with the Sentry Wards. But if they didn't, that's pretty awesome to see. Slark utilizing the shadow amulet to not only keep himself alive, but his allies, or at least an attempt to do so.
And he does the same thing. Goes and cuts a creep wave, knowing that his opponents are stronger than him. I would like it if he would buy a Shadow Blade. He's got the money. He hasn't yet. Someday he'll do it. Like every hero on their team is doing the same thing. Run past creep waves, make them chase you, then try to kill them. But the problem is that Riki can't kill them. Slark can. But they gotta protect this creep. Yep, there's the heal.
And there's the buybacks. Now Queen of Pain coming straight in as soon as that tier 3 was threaded. But they should get away with this, Team Humans. It was a buyback and not go anywhere near the defense. They just let this one go. They know that they can't stop this. So Team Human getting the racks here at 29 minutes. They're a little slower than the pace that OpenAI were in Game 1 and Game 2, but Game 3, Team Human are doing.
It blinks right into the Axe Claw here.
The blade mail out, but there's way too much damage to withstand. They'll punish him for the split mid lane. Blitz actually playing on his own here, feeling confident going in. There's the stun. They've got the tricks of trade and the burst. Can they kill him off? They can. OpenAI will take Blitz out of the game, and he was 23 levels in. So he's out for 85 seconds. Fog trying to find the catch onto the Sven, has the Hex into the stun. Moon coming as well. The Veil into the finger. He'll turn, he'll stun, he'll try and lifesteal his way back up, but there's no chance with the Spirit Vessel on him, reducing that regen. The second one is found.
I really like the jump pickup on Fog tier. It's going to allow them to destroy all the wards in whatever read places they're at. And then when their opponents have less than perfect information, they're just going to completely crumble. They're not going to know where to go.
Especially the way that we're seeing OpenAI utilize wards as well. It pretty much all the time just drops them down on the floor. So if they can get this one. And surround him. Sonic Wave on point this time. He'll try and keep himself alive with the Spirit Siphon actually turning towards the Slav, but the Shadow Dance is there. Starting to punch back a little bit, OpenAI, despite being 22,000 net worth behind.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So in that moment, they had a lot of heroes in the enemy jungle. They kind of were moving back and forth, trying to figure out where to go. But they got a kill. A hero came along, and they knew how to execute it.
I think the Slark's broken. He's brought stuff. He's brought stuff. He spent his money. He had 3,200 gold saved up. Has now picked up the Shadow Blade.
I mean, it wasn't like he was saving buyback. He actually just waited forever to get his items there. Bit interesting. He went for a lifesteal. I think it's a little atypical. Usually I feel like I see a lot of Slarks go attack speed, but they like it.
Mid lane. OpenAI finds Capitalist. It really felt like, that was what, 85 seconds? When Necro was dead, and they made the most of that time.
Alright, what's that win probability right now? That's 2 good kills. Oh, they're back in it.
Okay, so they're holding on to the 1% here, OpenAI. They're still sitting at that below 1%. Also the blink. So they're not very confident, but they're not giving up, Kevin.
That was a good one.
Stops the Reaper Scythe coming out. So no lockdown for the Queen of Pain. She's able to get away. Ben very close to having his butterfly done on the gyrocopter. He is absolutely massive. mean, both him and, of course, Blitz, as we can see, sailing away at the top of the net worth there. The heroes with twice the value of that of OpenAI's best cause at the moment. Stun into the Hex. They've caught the Slark out. Quick burst from Fogged.
Axe is actually just tanking this tower. It's got backdoor protection. He doesn't know that. And as soon as they see the Lich, he gets out. So another salve wasted entirely, but maybe they can go Blitz. Yeah, they'll collapse on this.
No try. He has got an Eon disc. There's the jump. They'll go on the side. They get the silence. The Sonic Wave. They come in everything to find the Lich, and they will get the kill. They'll get Capitalist. The rest of Team Human, though, coming in with a wraparound. Moon blinking in with that Death Prophet ultimate. Can't quite find the control onto the Queen of Pain. She's able to blink away. If they can make sure that they can keep themselves out of distance, this is a pretty good win for them here. They do lose the Riki, but it's the Ghost expended. So OpenAI will take that. Oh, I say that, but they hang around. But a bit of a misplay there for the Humans. They use and Reapers at the same time. Doesn't matter, though. They still get the kill at the end of the day. And these guys, maybe seeing if they can join teams, swap sides.
I mean, they're very confused at this point. They kind of know, they have no idea what to do. This is very, they know they want to hit creeps, and they want to push the creeps towards the enemy base, but they miss the creep wave, so now they just stand around into the tower.
Oh, he was not looking there, Fog. He was sleeping. He was not looking at the fact that that man was running past him. So, there we go, the blaming coming out from Team Humans. And Sven will be allowed to run away. Axe is still, oh, the blink. It's not going to save him. They've got the Yule Scepter to cancel the TP, as they will manage to catch out the Axe. But it really just seemed that OpenAI just puts everything in the basket, just keeping the attention away from their base. They're literally just diving the high ground in any attempt to pull Team Human away from pushing their base once more.
Which is understandable. You do have to do some element of pushing. Like Slark right now pushing the top lane is great, but you want to do that when and then your opponents are going to go mid, and then you have somebody push bottom a little bit, and then ideally one of their heroes are going to go back to defend, and that's when you collapse and get a kill. And they've done this a little bit, but I think they've been a little bit all in on pushing. Still a very hard game though. The hero matchup is really tough for him. Maybe they kill Gyro, but he's got BKB.
Team Human on the verge of taking a second set of racks here. As indeed we still have the split plays coming out from OpenAI, not wanting to take a 5v5, as they know that there is a severe sort of lead in terms of strength that the Humans have at the moment, as they find Axe outside. That is Axe. That's a dieback from OpenAI. That's Axe gone for 80 seconds. Stun from Fog won't connect. He finds the Hex and the Finger. Spirit Vessel and Missile flying in onto the Riki. No escape for him.
Buyback. That was a rage buyback for sure. Built on Earn on Riki, interesting. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's definitely feeding. Report that guy.
I mean, they're going for the base now, Team Human. They found the set of 35 minutes in. They've taken 2 sets of racks. How are OpenAI going to react to this one? Slark still trying his best to push onwards. So is the Sven and the Queen of Pain. But their base in trouble. The tier 4 getting taken down here. Fortification was used, but surely will not be enough to save OpenAI here in this game 3. As they're taking it home, Team Human will be able to find a victory here in the 3rd game against OpenAI. Did take a little bit of help from the beautiful people here today in the crowd, and of course you guys and girls at home in Twitch chat. You were able to help out Team Human in this case, but very interesting to see nonetheless how different the OpenAI plays when it's sort of been put on such a back foot as it was, and the way that it did acknowledge it. It came into the game, said we got a 2.9% to win, instantly sort of dropped down to 1%. It wasn't wrong. It knew.
It went up to 10% at various points. Their laning stage went, I think, a lot better than we maybe expected it to. But as time went on, they didn't know what to do in the late game. They made mistakes that were different than what mistakes a human would make. It was like what they're doing is good, but it's not quite refined enough. So in some ways, and I'm not sure if they necessarily test this. We can ask some devs in a second here. But how do they force these circumstances? Are there these like giant gaps of Dota knowledge that they're just missing because they don't get in these situations? That it does always become a push kind of situation. And I think that's an interesting question to answer, because I've definitely learned some stuff about the benefit of pushing and what to do with levels.
A lot of focus done.
In game 3 with Ben, he got level 2 on Gyrocopter and he rotated. And it was actually good. He got like 2 kills out of it. he basically shut down the quad lane, and then he resumed laning. Like, that was something that the bots would do, get a little love advantage, and then go somewhere and make a kill happen. So, like, there's definitely things to learn here.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of gaps in knowledge, and definitely hard for them to win games if you give them a really bad draft. But there's some cool things they did.
Absolutely.
Made it better.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the third and final match today that we were going to have here between OpenAI and our human players from the 99.95th percentile of Dota 2 players. But it's not it for the show. We've still got much more to come, as we'll have a short break. We'll be right back with some more of the developers here from OpenAI to have a talk to you guys and girls about what's been going on and about the games today, and also a question and answer panel to follow as well with some of the players involved. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very shortly.
Hey guys, welcome back to our third post-game dev session. How you guys doing? Humans took a win.
We're doing okay.
Yeah, that was fun.
Do you guys have a lot of Dota experience as well, or do you mostly just work on the programming aspect? Like, did you understand like how close the game was or anything like that, or is it more just like a crapshoot since you're mostly devs?
I mean, honestly, I do more of the plumbing side, but
I played a lot in college back when it was a mod for Warcraft 3, so that's where.
Okay, so it's a lot prettier now, less blocky.
It's a lot prettier. Yeah, they really upped their game.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, but we all watch tons of games, so
yeah, I mean,
we know how they're
doing.
doing. Yeah,
it's very easy to watch. It's very different to play. So I think you guys are in the right track. You don't have to feel bad about yourself when you lose. Nobody talks shit to you. I think you're in the right spot. So. What's like your guys' favorite thing about the bots so far in terms of working with the system and seeing how things progress?
Yeah, so I think one of the coolest things to me is that the bot's trained using self-play. So it starts out as very random, and then it figures out through playing like many games what strategies are best. So it's capable of coming up with both strategies that are new and unique, as well as strategies that like humans can recognize as like something that they do. So my favorite thing, I really like it when the bots juke. I think it's really fun to see them kind of running away, trying to create space or stay alive.
Yeah, I really like that too. So in the third game there, strategy-wise, obviously they were put in a really bad situation. Terrible draft for them, low win chances. They did a really good job of like equalizing things in gold, but then in the late game it seemed like they were really unsure what to do. They were doing bad things basically. They were hitting towers that couldn't be damaged. They didn't have creeps nearby. Like how do they learn those gaps of knowledge? Like how did they get put into those situations? Like is it possible for them to learn those things without playing against players that are going to exploit those? Like, because I feel like those are some situations that are never going to come up randomly through machine learning. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I think that part of it is their they're playing a lot of these games, and I think they may expect, for example, that the game, once their opponent has an advantage, they're just going to push into their base and end it. So it might be harder for them to figure out the right way to kind of.
So it's like a prediction thing. Like they expect their opponents to play like they play. Therefore, they're doing how they would react to it. Is that what you're saying?
I think maybe it's basically what you said before, that like they're playing all these games and they very rarely see themselves in these situations where they're down a lot, and so it's possible that they just haven't spent a lot of time trying to figure out the right way to come back, the right kind of variance increasing moves. I guess they were doing, as you said, they try to avoid fights, they try and split push, maybe to delay the end of the game a little bit, but are unable to actually like turn the tide to actually starting to win.
Gotcha. So what do you guys do like on an average day at work? Is it like, do you just like kick your feet up and just like let them do their job and you like wait till the end till they're better, or do you actually have to do a lot of tweaking or adjustment and stuff?
So for me, the last month was spent actually trying to make them train faster.
Okay.
So today we more or less run one game per one CPU. And yeah, I've been working on trying to get 2 bots running at the same time. Because imagine, we tell you that it's about 180 years of gameplay per day. If you can increase that by 50%, if you can double it, you can get many more iteration loops through. Like you can try more things. With us, we've seen problems with buyback behavior before, and we have ideas of how to fix it. But often you need to wait 4 days, 6 days, 7 days to see if it really learns it well.
So would you like actually go in there and touch them in a way and like change how they're learning about using buybacks, or would you just say like, well, they're just going to be really bad at buybacks for a week and
then sometimes they just get it, yeah.
And then from then on, it seems like a solved problem kind of a thing.
I think it's as we were saying, like it's really about the self-play. We personally aren't like that great at Dota, so we don't have the ability to actually go in and really make minute changes that'll improve things. We mainly just try and increase the number of games that they're playing, try and increase the speed of the training process, and then let it kind of do its
just
thing.
Give them more experience. And we collect metrics all the time, so we know, like if you look at Roche, we know how often they do it. We can see if they do it more often. In these games, I think they never got to a point where they felt confident enough. You could see them checking it once in a while.
Okay, yeah, I remember I did see that at one point. I thought it was maybe a fake check Roche thing. There's like little behaviors like that you see. You're like, okay, it seems like they're onto something. Other times it feels random.
Well, yeah, because you mentioned not putting them in random situations, right? But we actually do that. So as they're training, we will often put them in really weird situations mid-game.
So would you like say, oh, well, let's say the game starts, but Radiant team just has like 1,000 extra gold per hero. Would you? That one's obviously extreme, but would you do little things like that? Is that what you're saying?
That's basically right. Yeah, we put them in weird hero matchups. We like make certain heroes like stronger or weaker at the beginning of the game, just to try to get them to avoid like fixating on a particular game style or particular strategy, and so that they can hopefully learn a variety of different behaviors that they can use.
And do you guys monitor some of these game outliers? Like I thought this game was really interesting because it showed that they were trying to play the same style that they did in the previous games, but they just were behind and they had maybe the wrong heroes. Is there ever like a completely different play style that they decide is better based on certain heroes? Like, do you monitor those games occasionally? Like, pick out 180 years of games and you're just like, this one, let's watch this one, and look at them and see what it's like?
Yeah, that's a really good question. One thing that we do try to do is we'll go in and analyze and try to find, for example, really long games, and we'll watch a few of them and see like, oh, it looks like they're getting stuck in this weird mode. What can we do to like adjust the training process to make it either less likely that happens, or get them to learn how to like avoid that? And so we do have these really nice tools for going in and going. There's no substitute for actually going and watching sometimes what they're doing, because sometimes it'll be just something really obvious that we can sort of have them train around.
Well, I think I can pretty confidently say that people would love to see some of those funny replays. If you guys get some good ones and you want to just release them, I'm sure everybody would love to watch them. So.
Yeah, I think we have a good collection now.
We would love to see blooper reels, I guarantee you. So, well, thanks a lot, guys. It's been a lot of fun. We appreciate it, and we're going to throw it back to Cap.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Hello. Welcome back. I believe we're going to be going to the OpenAI. We're actually going to be having a bit of a panel up on the stage. So we actually need a few minutes, I believe, to be able to get that together. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with a panel of Humpin, Blitz, as well as the OpenAI team.
Hello and welcome to the OpenAI 5 question and answer panel. So the format of this is going to be, we're going to ask a few pre-prepared questions to our panelists, and then we're going to open it up to anyone in the venue that wants to ask questions to Will or to anyone on the team. The line will be back there. It'll start probably in about 20 minutes. So first, thank you guys for coming up here and having you. Will, congrats on your Game 3 victory. Well deserved. Without further ado, let's just do some intros.
Hello, everybody. We have here the members of the Dota team from OpenAI, including myself. My name is Shimon.
Brooke.
I'm Jakub. And I'm David.
So we'll start with some questions for Will. First, what was it like to play against OpenAI 5, and how would you compare it to playing against a human team?
It was pretty weird. Like, we didn't really know what to expect because we were told we couldn't watch the game. So it was just like first impressions. I heard like people shouting, so I thought that the humans were actually doing well. Like, whenever anything happened, we could hear just people like cheering and stuff. And then I realized it was because they only got like 3 kills, and they were getting really hyped for that. So we didn't really know what to expect. When it comes to playing against people, like versus playing the bot, I don't know. I know from a top-down perspective, if you watch the game, like I'm sure if I watched the game, things would look very obvious because that's how Dota sort of works. But playing against it, it felt like I was pressured at all times in the game. Like, it was a really weird feeling. It felt like playing a really good team. Like, regardless of all the stuff with the couriers and all that, it did just feel like I was playing a really solid team that knew how to choke a map out. I think people do a lot to discredit it and say like, well, you could have just done this. Like, why didn't you just split push? It doesn't work that easily, right? Like, you can't just decide, I'll be here. Like, they respond very well. They're very proactive at taking towers. They just have good teamwork overall. And if they team fight you and you lose, it feels like the game is just over.
Okay. So we'll ask some pre-prepared questions to you guys, and then we'll open it up to everyone else. First, can you talk a little bit about your process for making changes and improving the agent since last time?
Yeah, so I'll take this one. I guess our process is similar to a lot of other software development things. A lot of the changes we make are just infrastructure engineering. It's hard to run 80,000 CPUs at once playing Dota nonstop. So a lot of changes, we just think of a way to make them run faster, and every like 2% improvement you can get there is a really big deal. And then there's another category of the changes we made where we changed something about the training process itself, something that will actually affect the way the model is updated. And the way we usually do it is we think of some improvement, either a change to the parameters, the hyperparameters, or a new thing we want to add, like Roshan and wards and that sort of thing. And then someone goes and writes some code to add it. And then we start a small experiment, which is only 10,000 computers, that has that little change, and we wait a week for it to train. And so at any given time, we usually have one big experiment and 4 or 5 of these small experiments in the wings, and then the ones that do well, we move into the big experiment. We've done that, basically constantly for the past month or two, so I don't know how many times, but a lot of times.
Second question. What have been some of the most interesting discoveries in working on OpenAI 5?
Yeah, so the biggest discovery really is just how well these algorithms that have been around for a long time can go, given enough scale and a complex enough environment. So the way this bot trains, the idea is it tries to estimate how well it's doing in any given state of the game, and then it tries to adjust its actions to increase its own judgment of how well it's doing. And this idea called actor critic has been around for a while, and we actually had no idea that it could get this far in environments such as Dota.
Next question is, what are some of the plans going forward to TI, and what are the differences and changes that are going to happen between now and then?
Yeah, I'll take this question. We have a couple ideas of changes that we want to make to the model. I think, given the game that we saw today, there's some obvious areas that OpenAI 5 has trouble with, and restrictions that we'd like to lift. I think a lot of the casters have commented on the fact that the wording is kind of an odd artifact, and it's undeniable. And it's clearly something where, even though it happens, it's not obvious that it's being used to the greatest extent. Similarly, invisibility is something that clearly is a concept our model is able to interact with, but probably not exploit to the highest extent we'd want. So in the future, at least going forward towards TI, we're going to be looking towards lifting most of the restrictions that we have that make us different from the real Dota game. One area of great interest is basically couriers and item buying, where software-wise it may not be fundamentally difficult to bring back the original courier and the items, but in terms of our ability to train and learn how to use those things, it definitely makes the game involve longer time horizons over which you need to reason about those types of actions. And along the same lines, we think having more drafting and heroes are clearly things that are integral to the way the game functions. We're able to use drafting to some level of advantage, as we saw today, or to our great disadvantage when chosen in an adversarial fashion. So obviously, if we added more heroes, it seems like we might gain something out of this. And obviously, there are a lot of fascinating abilities remaining in the Dota game, and they probably make us think about what our AI is able to reason over. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Next question is asked from Reddit, and the question is, what did the bots struggle with the most before eventually learning, and what skill did the OpenAI 5 bot pick up easily that was the most surprising?
One thing that I think people don't appreciate is that, like, sometimes there's a skill that the bot is bad at, and then it trains for a lot longer and it's good at it. But more often, we watch a game or something from a self-play game, and we see it's really terrible at something, and then we have to go do some work to make a change, and then it gets better. But one great example of the former case is Roshan. So when we first added Roshan, the model would come, and I think Shimon explained how we made Roshan sometimes have very low health, so it would find a way to kill it, and then it would be able to notice that killing Roshan is good. And that sort of worked. It became able to kill Roshan. And then in the first human game, all 5 bots were fighting Roshan, and the human Earthshaker came and saw them there and jumped in and did an Echo Slam and killed all of them, and it was very bad. And then just a few days ago, we were watching a replay where the same thing looked like it was about to happen. All the bots were in the Roshan pit. The human Earthshaker was walking up, but there was a bot ward outside. And as soon as the Earthshaker stepped into sight, all the bots walked out of the pit and fought and killed the Earthshaker, and then went back to killing Roshan. And it was very cool to see that progression as they just played more and more and seen this thing happen.
One more question from Reddit. How does the bot identify key reasons for its losses, like laning and drafting, and how does it rectify that?
So The way the bots identify their weaknesses is by becoming good at exploiting them. And so there are things they learn in a similar way to what David discussed. For example, in the 1v1 version of the game, we saw the bot learn baiting. So first it would learn baiting, and it would sort of always try to bait the human players in. And then it learned to exploit baiting and slowly understood how to counteract it. We also saw this with maybe a more general strategy of which lanes to go to in 5v5. So initially the bots would always sort of do this 5-man push at 5 minutes, and they would try to take towers as soon as possible. And the way human players were able to beat them was by splitting and farming them up a lot. And actually, it took the bots a while to start exploring that strategies as well. But then they started maybe sending Sven to a different lane, having him become very strong. And eventually, they learned how to play against those strategies as well.
Next question is for Will. Do you think OpenAI 5 will beat a professional team at TI?
So the first time I played the 1v1, they asked if it'd win, and I said no. And then I got trapped again, and they said, do you think you'll win? I was like, yeah, maybe. So this time, I'm going to have some faith in it and say that I actually think it'll beat the pro team.
Wow, okay. One more question from Reddit. How would the team rate the complexity of a problem like Dota 2 against chess or Go, if you are even able to compare them?
So I'm happy to talk about this one. Comparing to chess and Go, I think is obviously like a complicated way to compare games. Clearly, there's a lot of strategy in all these different games. I think we've noticed over the past few years that there's been a lot of success in being able to use AI to
Can you move a little closer to the mic? Sorry. Thank you.
Sorry. Is this better?
Yes.
Yeah. To represent the world through deep learning and understand what's going on. And this has been used to great effect in Go. And what we're seeing here is that it can also be used to great effect in Dota. However, Dota is quite different in the sense that the world itself is continuous, and there are many other factors at work. For instance, partial observability. A large part of the game has to do with information and how to manipulate it, how to use it, how to obtain it. And that's quite different from other games we've seen AI work in the past. And that's probably one of the most exciting parts about this project, is to see whether or not our existing tools will allow us to match those challenges.
Okay, we're going to have one more question, and then we're going to take audience questions. Last question is the same AI system that learned how to play Dota 2 applied to anything else, or is it a different AI system each time?
Right. So in general, the technology that we employed to create this agent is very simple, in a sense that it has very simple requirements, in a sense that you only require to observe something, to act based on what you observe, and to get some feedback on how well you did. So in fact, recently, OpenAI has released this AI for manipulating objects. So specifically what happened, there was a robotic hand that was rotating various objects to target orientation on a real robot. And for that particular project, firstly, the code used for learning was very much the same as the one used for Dota 2 agent. And secondly, some of the general insights were shared by both teams. For example, when we think about the problem of transfer. So we have our Dota bot playing always versus bot, but they need to be able to win against humans. And in the same way for robotics, you train the robot to work in simulation, but it needs to work in the real world. So the general approach for tackling this problem, like both AIs is in both code bases, basically the same approach is used, which is to randomize the environment more.
Thank you. If you have a question to ask us or ask the panel, feel free to step up to the podium, the mic over there. There's a line. Rob will direct you. Just give him a second.
Test? Yeah.
Yeah. You can say your name and then your question.
Hi, I'm Arthur. So I was wondering, it seemed, right, we saw it from all games, that the win estimate is heavily based on the draft, to the point that we didn't really see the situation, but you could imagine having a significant advantage in how the game is playing out and still think that you're losing because you have a bad draft. Did you try to experiment with like giving fake advantages to try to see how much of it, like how heavily the draft influences that win estimate?
So the win probability is really like a reflection of how likely they think they are to win the game. And for the most part, we have noticed this pattern of they tend to really strongly prefer ranged heroes that have like, are kind of squishy, but tend to have like a pretty good early game. And our hypothesis is that mostly it's because the bots don't throw the way the humans throw. So if you're winning in the early game, you're likely to be winning in the mid game, which means you're likely to win the game. There's a lot less fluctuation the way that humans kind of like maybe screw up or make a mistake or get mad at each other and end up like throwing away the lead that they had. So we did end up doing some randomization to kind of test that, but that's sort of like still what ended up prevailing. And it's also an estimation more of the bot versus, or the bot versus bot games rather than like bot versus humans because they don't really have that kind of information.
But things like, for example, if I give every person in the team 1,000 gold, how much is that worse in terms of the chance to win? At the beginning of the game, at 10 minutes, at 20 minutes, things like that.
Well, so the randomizations tend to happen during training. So this is more of like, given all of the training that they've had, including those randomizations, what they think their probability is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that
Thank you.
Also,
Thank you.
Something. I think it's a reasonable thing. We could definitely investigate how the win probability changes if we sort of take a state of the game and change it in some way. It'd be very interesting potentially. One thing I'll note is that from looking at games where the OpenAI 5 plays against itself, these games were sort of outliers in the win probability. That does often start, 50, 50, 40, 60. I think because, it's been playing itself for 180 years a day. So there's this bot meta that's totally different from the human meta. So in the draft, it was basically able to take its top pick every time, and it got close to its favorite comp. And the humans may have also got that, but that means that its probability was very, very high. But if we give it like two random teams, the win probability is often 40, 50%.
Hi. Is it working? Yeah. Hi, this is Martti, and I'd like to ask, how does the system scale? So currently you have a very limited pool of heroes that you're playing, and if you wanted to add more, it's obviously you have to add more rules and more understanding maybe, but also training time is needed. So can you increase the amount of heroes with kind of linear complexity, or will it be getting the permutations are getting worse and worse with more combinations available? Will it scale?
Yeah, I'll answer this one. I think we've seen several different dynamics with additional heroes, and there's good and there's bad. So originally we had mirror matchups, and when we added a new mirror matchup, it seemed like everything was fine. The amount of combinations that are available in the world that were making these 5 versus 5 games happen was quite limited. In the world we're now discussing, so the 18 versus 18, there's 11 billion combinations?
11 million, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so there's 11 million combinations. Every time we add more heroes to this pool, the number of games that need to be considered or thought of in some way or another grows. And at some point we reach numbers where we'll never actually play all the games we can imagine. So obviously those are not very good odds and those are not linear. Now, the other thing to consider is that many heroes share properties. So what we've seen when we've added new heroes, so for instance, Ricky and Slark were kind of late additions in the system, and you can think of it as adding them like cartridges inside a giant reader system. We just said, okay, we're going to add the Ricky cartridge and the Slug cartridge, and give it a few days, and they started playing at a very high level. And one of the best ways to explain that is that a large part of what we're sharing across heroes is the way they CS, the way they move across the map, their understanding of their advantage and their losses, and the situational awareness in general. And those things don't have any scaling. You can imagine they're like constant scaling of some kind. And the complexity of the heroes themselves are much harder to understand, specifically when they happen in team fights. I would say right now, probably worse than linear, but we don't know what that number is.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ilya Volmyansky, and again, thank you very much for this wonderful demonstration. I want to ask about cooperation, and how do you encourage and tune the cooperation, and also whether the bots develop side effects. For example, could they smoke not to use the smoke, but rather as a signaling? Because there are certain low-cost actions, and they can be side effects for signaling rather than the actual primary use of the item.
Yes, so that's an interesting question. The bots actually have little need for using things like smoke to communicate because they actually have the same brain. They're essentially clones, so they should understand what they are thinking perfectly well. When it comes to encouraging cooperation, well, if you're just optimizing to win the game or maybe take towers and so forth, then the team is naturally going to cooperate because it's in everyone's best interest. It turns out we actually had to discourage cooperation partially in order for the separate bots to learn how to control their heroes rather than only optimize the team's advantage. So we introduced this hyperparameter in training called team spirit. And when team spirit is 0, the bots don't care about each other at all. And if you watch the games, they actually mostly cut lanes and they try to just farm as much as they can. But it turns out that lets them learn how to just mechanically control their heroes decently. And then as training goes on, we bump this team spirit parameter all the way to 1. So what you saw today was a completely selfless team that just tries to optimize the advantage of all 5 players.
If I could just add one thing on signaling that unfortunately we didn't see today, but hopefully we'll see in a future game. Roshan specifically is something that they seem to use to do what we call a conference call, or it's kind of our joke term for it. One hero will go there and decide whether or not the randomization is good today. On those days where it's good, he'll kind of peek in without fighting Roshan, and this is kind of a trigger for the other heroes to join in. And it seems to be the way in which they decide to do this.
I can ask for a very short clarification. By the spirit, that's like some dense reward that you give or don't give, or penalty, basically.
It is simply one number that controls how much of the reward that everyone else on the team receives, you receive. So, for example, am I happy if my teammate just got a kill or took a tower? If it's 0, I don't care at all. I only care about sort of my own gold income. If it's 1, then I care about their health and their performance equally as about my own.
Thank you very much.
Hi there, I'm Joseph. Do you think there's an unfair advantage with reaction time? So we noticed, for example, some instant hacks that shut down certain strategies that humans can play. And is there a way to even out such that the computer has similar reaction times as the human so that it's more evenly matched in mechanical skill and we can compare more of strategies?
Yeah, I'll take this. So a month or 2 ago, our bot had an average reaction time of 80 milliseconds, which is far less than a human. We sort of got the opinion of a bunch of Dota players who said this probably wasn't such a big deal, because Dota is much more about strategic planning and doing things at just the right time, but not necessarily right after something else happens. And then, for sort of unrelated technical reasons, it became very advantageous to us to increase the reaction time because it would let us run the game faster. So now their reaction time is more like 200 milliseconds, which is pretty close to what a human's is. But it still does seem like they have much faster reactions when something surprising happens. And our thinking there is that humans when something shocking happens, there's like a moment of surprise, and you totally didn't expect anything like this, and your reaction time is sort of maybe worse in those circumstances than it would be in an actual like reaction time test. But the bots don't get surprised; they just were ready for anything at any step.
Thank you.
Hi, I have a question for the OpenAI team and for Blitz. So to Blitz, after game one, what heroes or mechanics would you have wanted to draft that you didn't have available because of the hero pool? And to the OpenAI team, what kind of heroes or mechanics do you think are going to be hardest to adapt and bring into the hero pool that you have available? Thank you.
I kind of wish that I don't know what the obvious answer is. Like, when we went into the draft and we saw it, I think we misprioritized the heroes. Like, we thought that certain heroes were going to be very good. Obviously, we had the 18 pool. We just eliminated the heroes that we universally thought were going to be bad. Like, we thought that Slark was going to be garbage. We thought that Sven was going to be really bad. We thought that Axe was going to be really bad. And then it just came down to, like, what heroes do we think is the best of that situation? And so we settled on Earthshaker, but then as we played the game, we realized like our logic in that was wrong because there weren't a lot of safe laners in the pool, and so we needed a hero that Ben or Merlini could just play Dota on because the other heroes he looked terrible on because, well, he just couldn't do anything. Most people don't enter a Dota game, play against a tri-lane, and then have every single creep denied in front of them. Like, he was telling me that he was trying to cast spells just to get last hits, but they were so good at finding the angle of doing it that he just wasn't able to do anything at all. It'd be nice if there were faster heroes. Like in Dota, you want heroes that can just go around the map very quickly. I guess they had Queen of Pain, but Queen of Pain felt sort of bad for like the 5-man fights, as we saw in the last game, and the fact that the bot didn't prioritize it. So it felt like the bot wanted the best just 5-on-5. If we win one team fight, we're going to push you over the edge. And the best way to deal with that normally is just to kind of split the map and make it really hard for them to take those kinds of fights. But because the hero pool was limited in that way, you sort of had to play the bot's game in a way.
Do you guys remember what the second part of the question, or do you want to re-ask it?
Yeah, so what heroes or mechanics do you think will be hardest to bring into the game that are not available now in the hero pool you have?
I think mostly the limiting factor is really going to be the long tail of weird effects that will require us to like program more stuff and add more special cases to the model. So heroes that can, control multiple versions of themselves, heroes that have sort of abilities that are really fundamentally different from any ability that we've seen. Not so much because they'll be hard for the model to learn, but just because they'll sort of require some time for us to think through what the right way even is to add those things to the model.
Let's do maybe 2 or 3 more. So go ahead.
Hi. Hello. My name is Sid. I was wondering about what the agent is allowed to observe. And so specifically, I want to know about how you guys dealt with invisibility and warding. And if you have any stories about how you changed what the agent was able to observe, or any insights you have there.
Okay, so it sounds like you asked 2 questions, right? One is how we deal with invisibility and warding, and secondly, if sometimes changing what the bot can observe is affected the game. So I don't have the answer to the second part of the question, so if somebody can come up with a story, that would be great. But for the first part of the question, the way invisibility was added was literally we sat down, wrote down a list of items / effects that affect invisibility, and we just made sure for all of them that the bots will have time to learn to use them. So, for example, if you just let the bots cast dust randomly, there is a chance that by just pure random exploration, they would just waste it immediately, never hit any invisible hero, never get any use of it, and never learn that it's useful. So what we did is for training, we kind of limited the number of situations where they can use it, and there's a couple of special cases, but mostly it's about like heroes that have ability to somehow become invisible, going out of vision, and so far they seem to be, at least in some cases, using Dust very well. Yeah, is there an anecdote ready?
So the way that we're kind of building the state, since we're not really seeing the game the way that humans see the game, where they actually get like the different aspects of the state, left a couple situations where we definitely forgot to add some stuff in that would have been important to tell the bot. So one example would be like the avoidance zones, which is basically when there's like shrapnel on the ground or something like that. They weren't really seeing it, but they were seeing that they were taking damage, and they would kind of like run around to try and stop the damage, but they would be running around in the shrapnel, and that clearly wasn't working. Another example was when, after they had casted shrapnel, they couldn't see that they had just casted it, so what would end up would be Sniper would walk in the lane, he would cast shrapnel, and immediately cast all 3 shrapnels on top of each other, because he's like, oh, this is still really a good spot to get vision on. So that kind of thing were aspects that we had to add over time, and a lot of it was like looking at a replay and being like, why are they doing this super weird thing? Like, why is he using all of his charges of shrapnel in like half a second? And then kind of like adding those in and seeing how it adjusts.
Thank you.
Hi, so my question for Blitz. So I think we saw the bots do some really cool strategies today. A few of them were like when they like aggressive trial in and just like completely shut down Merlini in both games, or when they like group for towers, or I think the one other really cool thing they did was like pick these really long range spells like Assassinate, Flak Cannon, Call Down, and they just made sure Capitalist was dead even before the fight started from 1,000 range away. My question is, like, how much of this do you think was because of the limited hero pool that you didn't have the heroes to counterplay these strategies, or do you think this would translate really well into like the professional meta? Like, how would the bot strategies translate into professional meta, essentially?
I'm not sure, because I think it's a good strategy the way that they play. Like, they prioritize, in my opinion, the correct towers. I don't know how well the tri-lane thing works. Like, I'd have to watch the replay for things like that to see if we could have gained a better edge or anything like that. Because we're just doing this based on feel, right? And the hardest part about it was that it did not feel like any team that we had played against in matchmaking or otherwise. Maybe if there were certain heroes in the pool, like if you had something that could spam from distance, like if you had a Zeus or something like that, then maybe you can just hold the high ground infinitely, and it would make it harder for them to just go for strategies like that. Or if you had a more ultimate endgame carry, like something like a Spectre, then there's actually something that we're going towards. Whereas like in that last game, it felt like things were very just mid-game oriented.
Let's have 2 more questions. 2 more.
Hi, my name is Tony, and my question is, what is the estimated rating of OpenAI 5 right now?
Do you guys have an estimated MMR for the OpenAI 5 team?
So it's mostly coming from our test team feedback. So for example, when we played the test team 2 weeks ago, they estimated it at 4K and then came back the next day and decided, because they had lost, that it was not 4K, it was actually 5K. And then they continued losing and decided it was closer to 6K. And then when they could no longer win, they were like, oh, it's probably 6.5K plus. So it's not really a great estimate because it's like not solo queue, but that's around the range that we've been getting as feedback.
What was the average MMR of your team, Blitz?
I think Cap's lost a lot of MMR recently. That's my boy, so I don't want to call him out. But it's like, if you asked me 2 weeks ago, it'd probably be like, I don't know how much Ben plays solo queue either, because he's a real job and stuff. But probably like 6.5, 6.6, maybe a little bit better.
So at least 6.6 then.
Pretty much.
Okay, thank you. One more.
Hi, I'm Derek. So I have 2 technical questions. The first one is like, you guys mentioned in the blog that you use vector features only, vector-based features, right? Like the attributes of heroes. Why not considering using pixel-like features, like image-like features? Because it makes more sense to me that Dota is a two-dimension game. So if you insert some image-like features into the model, maybe it will learn better. And the second question is about the training process. The batch size you used is a giant number, as big as 1 million or something. But my question, like, have you guys tried a smaller batch size? And in other words, how does the batch size have an impact on the final performance of the model? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right. So let's start with batch size. So yeah, we have tried smaller batch size. In fact, a huge part of the ongoing effort in this project was increasing the amount of compute we can utilize in training the agent. And we have pretty much been seeing just for a long time pretty much linear returns with increasing the batch size. It is a bit harder to say for the most recent version of 5, since we've also been adding a lot of features and other improvements, but we've definitely been seeing a lot of returns, especially after the bots sort of get past just learning to operate their heroes and get past sort of discovering the basic strategies, and when they start to explore, there's really sort of long-term map rotations. It really starts to matter to have a lot of situations that they can explore. And
the other question is about the feature design. Why not image-based features?
So this is actually very correlated. So what we really want to explore in this project is how well can this system learn to strategize in a game if you give it a lot of compute, a lot of experience. And the problem with learning from pixels is that even generating those pixels, requires running on a graphics card, requires running a graphics engine, and it is just expensive if you want to do it on a ton of machines, and it would just force us to use a lower scale for training. So that is our primary reason. We just don't want to spend time computing the graphics. We want to focus on the strategy, the logic.
Okay, I see.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We can finish the line. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy. I have one question for OpenAI. How is the OpenAI 5's ability to generalize to games against unseen to heroes outside the 18 pool, especially for heroes like Zeus or Spectre, because when they cast the altar, you didn't even see them.
So when OpenAI 5 started beating our internal teams, we kind of still needed to get some matches done just to see how it was doing. And so we started allowing our internal teams to play random heroes that were not part of the subset. And OpenAI 5 would still win some of the time, depending on what the skill gap was, but it would kind of adjust. I mean, for the most part, it's relatively robust. Ideally, it doesn't crash when it sees something it's never seen before, but it is a little bit confused and definitely changes when you present something that's out of distribution like that.
Well, I was just going to add that I don't think we've actually done that experiment since we went from the 5 heroes to the 18 heroes. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember it. And so it might be interesting to see how that effect has changed now that we have the 18 heroes.
Thank you. Before we wrap this up, I'd just like to ask you guys one final question. From watching the OpenAI 5 play this team, what was the kind of most surprising thing for you guys to see today? Was there anything surprising? Maybe it wasn't surprising at all.
I sort of already said this, but I was pretty surprised by the 2.9% win chance after the Twitch draft. That was apparently, the audience was trying to choose bad heroes for OpenAI 5, which was what we expected. But I'm surprised that OpenAI 5 sort of agreed with which heroes were the ones that it didn't want.
So what you're confirming is that Twitch chat is really good at drafting? Is that what you're saying? Thank you, everyone, for your questions and for submitting all those questions online. Thank you to the team for participating. Hope you guys learned a lot from that. Back to you, Cap.
And that concludes the OpenAI 5 benchmark. Thank you very much to everyone who came out here. Thank you to all the press as well as the fans who made the journey out here to be able to witness this. Thank you to the players, the commentators, as well as all the production behind the scene for all of their hard work. And thank you most of all to OpenAI for allowing us to come here and be a part of this very special event. And thank you to you, everyone who tuned in and watched online. Thank you very much, everybody. That's it. Good night.